Ju Wenjun, four-time women's world champion. She is now there in the history books alongside some of the women's greatest chess players in history. What a great performance from Tan Zhongyi.
Super exciting.
Almost flawless performance there.
She will play Ju Wenjun for the Women's World Championship.
Ju Wenjun continues her ascent to the top.
Tan Zhongyi is unstoppable.
We're seeing some of the best chess in the world.
Hello and welcome to Game 6 of the FIDE Women's World Championship, and it's the final day in vibrant Shanghai. Yes, this is the last time we'll be seeing the skyline, the skyscrapers and all of the beautiful scenics. But reigning champion Ju Wenjun, fresh off an important win in Game 5, now holds the lead with the match heading to Chongqing next. Today is Shanghai's last stand, and it's a golden chance for the champion to extend her edge on home turf. Yes, I can't wait for all the excitement that is brewing ahead. I'm your host, International Master Ivanka Hauska, and as always, I'm joined by the absolutely fabulous International Master Irene Sukanda. Irene, we have been spoiled these last few days.
Right, we have 3 decisive games out of 5. Yovi, last game in Shanghai. I think every player right now is going to put it all in because they would like to walk into 2 free days with a peaceful mind. Even the score out, especially for Tan Zhongyi, who suffered a big loss yesterday.
Yeah, it was a devastating blow for Tan Zhongyi, but still, many games ahead, and as we are waiting the tournament to shift over to Chongqing, let's remind ourselves of the format.
China's top women players are battling for the Women's World Chess Championship again. Reigning champ Ju Wenjun took down Lei Tingjie in 2023. Now she is back to defend her title against challenger Tan Zhongyi. Like last time, the match is a hometown showdown. The first 6 games will be played in Shanghai, Ju Wenjun's turf. The next 6, Chongqing, where Tan Zhongyi calls home. It is a race to 6.5 points. If they are tied at 6, we will go to a 4-game rapid tiebreak. Still tied? 2 faster rapid games. Still tied? It is time for blitz. And if they still cannot break the deadlock, we will go to sudden death. 1 win will decide it all. Tiebreaks, if needed, will be played in Chongqing. It is a battle of skill, stamina, and strategy. When the dust settles, who will take home the title?
Yes, 5 games played, and there you can see 3 of those games have been decided. And yesterday, well, it was reigning champion Ju Wenjun who took the lead with her instructive victory. And it was an interesting game in the sense that both players actually revealed their characteristics and their personalities in that game. Ju Wenjun, she kept things stable, and Tan just lashed out but couldn't quite deliver the goods. And as we are waiting the ceremonial first move for Game 6, there we can see Victor Bologan. They're about to make, did he choose D4? And
It's
D5
D4,
is the response.
We'll see if they're gonna keep D4, D5 on the board or whether they will come up with something else.
And the moves get taken back. And so far we have seen Tan employ 1 C4, the English defense, the English opening, as her first move. She's been very successful. She won a game. Second game, she put her opponent under heavy pressure. And there we do see both players eager for that game to begin. As you mentioned, Irene, so much at stake. Both players want to go into the next portion with a positive frame of mind. And it's especially important for Tan Zhongyi, who's looking to make that comeback.
Obviously. And well, we've seen 5 games, and both players have been sticking to their own preparation. With Ju Wenjun always plays e4, although of course she is capable of playing any sort of the first move. And also Tan Zhongyi has been playing first move c4. So I'm almost believe that in this game, game 6, Tan Zhongyi will still play first move c4. What do you think, Yuvi? Will she alter the move, or will she keep on playing c4?
Well, we have a saying, which is if it ain't broke, don't fix it. So c4 has been working well for her. But on the other hand, the match situation kind of demands that she shake things up a little bit, that she test Ju Wenjun in a different opening. So I suspect that we might see her try d4 as the FIDE delegate there, Victor Bologan, did play d4.
Right. And there you go. We have the chief arbiter making the final announcement before the liftoff. And in a few seconds, we'll see which move that she's going to make. It's first move c4.
They are consistent, and it is Ju Wenjun, the one who is varying knight to f6, just as she did previously in game 2. And now, what is Tan going to be playing? Knight c3.
Well, if it's knight c3, then it'll be almost similar to the second game, right? c4, knight f6, knight c3. But now it's second move, knight f3. So although it might be another transposition, oh no, I was about to say that it might be, like with knight c6, e5, and so on. But now we have e6 on the board. And b3. This type of English has been very popular these days because another question is for the bishop on f1. We know that the bishop on c1 will develop that way to b2 since b2, b3 has just moved. Very, very common is also for this bishop to go to g2 by playing g3 first, but we have d5 on the board now. So I almost sure that this bishop will actually going to develop via e2, and then e2, e3 will come up soon. So we'll see which one of those two alternatives that this bishop will pick.
Yeah, definitely going to be very interesting because there's a lot of flexibility, as you mentioned, for white. The bishop can get developed on the fianchetto on g2. Another kind of interesting idea, which is to go e3, bishop e2, and at the right time, you're going to be going g4. Now, that's if you really want to spice things up.
Right.
It's something to flirt with, and it might unsettle Ju Wenjun. So, okay, there we see c5.
And you have to
Staking
meet
the
it
claim in the
with
center.
e3, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
Either
otherwise
that or
d4
you're
will come
taking on
handy.
d5. Exactly. So e3, take control of the d4 square, or if you want to play something else, I suspect c takes d5, and then you're going to back that up with d4, and then you get a different kind of position. So what do you think? Keep it tense or liquidate in the center and have an open but active position?
I think based on Tan Zhongyi's playing style, there are only two moves coming to my mind. It's either to play e3 here or to play g3. So this type of move, it looks fine. It of course is playable, but then as soon as I said it's commentator's curse, c takes d5 is on the board. So what I was about to explain is I don't like for white if you're planning to come up with this line and then play d4 next. This might be the chance for the bishop to give a check on b4 in one go. So yeah, of course, this is a very playable line, but what I don't like playing this position as white is, this bishop b4. Yeah. But Ju Wenjun is still thinking. It's either taking with the knight or with the pawn. I naturally took it with the pawn when I analyzed it before, just because, I don't know, I've played this position many times as black, and just starting recently, maybe like in the past year, I've also ground my fondness in this position as white, because I'd like to play different type of openings, play different type of position and style. So there, here we go. G3 now is on the board. So I think I like this continuation before. I like this continuation better instead of D4, because yeah, this suiting Tan Zhongyi's style even more.
Yeah, definitely. I agree with you. It's way too early for d4 just yet. It's on the horizon, but first get the king to safety so that you avoid any potential bishop to b4 checks. And here, well, it's kind of one of those old-fashioned battles, right? Where one side plays in the classical manner, takes the center, occupies it with pawns, and then the other one does this hyper modern thing, which is like doesn't make any stake in the center whatsoever, tries to control it with pieces, and then challenges. And it's going to be, again, a very dynamic game. Because it's dynamic and because a lot of the battle will be fought with pieces, both sides have to be very precise. So Tan has to continue in a really active way, but that's very much her style, and I expect that Ju will just keep it stable. And what I liked about yesterday's game, Irene, was that Ju, she did everything according to her character, right? She didn't take too many risks. She harmonized her pieces to the maximum. And it was Tan all the time, just determining the pace of the game, forcing things, playing these impulsive moves. And yeah, it just showed the downside of Tan's play, that she just lashed too hard. And for Ju, well, Ju just has to continue playing in the same kind of manner, very calmly, very quietly, stable chess, not putting
Right.
too many mistakes.
Yeah, and this choice of opening also explains that. What we notice also with Tan Zhongyi's play is she is never really going too deep in technicality as white, because in other games that also saw that she's fine having a playable position with a slightly better advantage for white. And of course, this position has been played many times with so many grandmasters. I just look at in my database. You can just name almost every modern grandmasters. They play this line: Caruana, Pragnananda, Giri, Rajabov, Vincent Keimer, all of these grandmasters. And yeah, we have a move, and it's actually still according to my expectation. Knight c6, it's almost 100% the square for the knight. I think when Ju Wenjun paused in this position, I think she's trying to come up with a plan. Again, we're still in the opening stage. We'd like our pieces to be happy, right? So we'd like to put it in the square that they will be happy about. And this bishop will eventually go. So she's thinking maybe it can be put on e7, maybe it can be put on d6, but one thing for sure is the knight on b8 will be put on c6. So she's trying to get rid of that knight first by playing knight c6, and after bishop g2, now she's come back thinking. As for white, yeah, once you move this pawn to g3, the next two moves, they're rather easy. Bishop g2, castle, and you think where this pawn will move, to d3 or to d4.
Yes, and d4 is definitely there in the air because, okay, it's not really possible. We investigated that earlier because of these checks on bishop b4. Although white is very quick with castling, so d4 might be in the possibility right now. So I was also checking the databases, and I was checking the correspondence database. And correspondence chess, for those that don't know, is where people are allowed to consult the engines when they play. And you have a few days or maybe a few hours. You decide the time with your opponent for each move, and you consult the engine. So you get this very precise chess. And the most popular move for black, Irene, is, and this isn't Ju Wenjun style, I've got to say, is to go d4.
Aha, that's a very nice move.
And other moves that have been tried, bishop to d6, and get this, h5. That's a fresh move.
So if it's bishop d6, bishop d6 and h5. Okay.
Yeah,
I see.
So those are the three moves that have been tried according to this correspondence database. And There, you see? No h5. We weren't expecting that one in all seriousness, but d4, definitely. This is the main move. And here, okay, well, consequences, right? You can, I start eyeballing the c4 knight, c4 square for the knight, but instead, there is no knight on c4 yet. So castles, and I just wanted to point out the knight can come to a3 and to c4.
1 second. Okay. Yeah, knight a3 is already on the board right now. So yeah, obviously Tan Zhongyi and Ju Wenjun also encountered this position probably many times of their entire career, because this has been explored too. And there's nothing new under the sun. So that's why they've been playing it so fast. It might be well still within the preparation. So you're saying this knight will go to c4 as it should be. And thanks to this bishop, I guess, and this diagonal, this b7, b5 cannot really come handy, because the first of all, the knight, I think it has to be protected first before you can do so. So castle is already played. I'm still trying to check all the played games in this variation after bishop e7 at a3.
Yeah, and still a lot of games, at least in the correspondence database. I just checking the chess.com database, and just 34 games there. But like you say, this is kind of a very high level opening. So I'm expecting knight c4 to come in, and then for whites to start chipping away at the center with a very, very well timed e3. Because if white doesn't start just knocking that center down, then black will have loads of happy moves. You know, bishop e6 is coming, bishop to d5, and then the pushback will begin. And do you remember what I have this rule? When a white pawn is on d5, then you got to grab space. Well, the same is true if black has a pawn on d4. You just play to be what I call a space monster, which is you just start to overwhelm your opponent's pieces. You just start pushing them back, and you are the one greedy with space. It's
Right. Yeah, well, that is very interesting. Yeah, I'm greedy for space as well. I'm greedy for activity, and I'm usually very, very charitable with material. UV. So I'd like to sacrifice things, but I'm very greedy with space and with activity. So I don't know, it can be my strength, it can be my weakness, but everyone can have their playing style, right? And as you were explaining, I was checking some games on this line, and I stumbled upon two interesting games here. So in this position, there was a game between Anish Giri playing with white pieces and Ding Liren with black pieces. And it was played in 2018 in Azerbaijan. And after knight c4, bishop e6 was what Ding played. Sorry, after castle, knight c4, knight c4 and then bishop e6. This is the position that I was looking at, because yeah, when you play knight a3, you have to start moving it to c4 whenever you can. So if white is being consistent that way, then this might happen. And the reason why the knight is needed on c4 is because you would like to break open the center. As you mentioned, black is trying to be greedy and occupying all the space. And this is what white needs to challenge on. And e3 is the move here. And after that, it's rook c8 and ed4, cd4, rook e1. And this is how you're going to play. So I think I stand corrected by my own words about this d pawn. It doesn't go anywhere yet. So first of all, you have a very interesting pawn structure with kind of hanging pawns or isolated pawn in the center like this, but it's mutual. So no one is really, actually, if anyone is having advantage, probably it is black, because black has more space. But again, having a pawn too far advanced, it also can be a weakness. So it's a double-edged position for black. If black can play it well, it is going to be your weapon, but if black doesn't play it so well, then it can be your weakness. And another fact, a unique fact, since we haven't really talked about their seconds, right? Tan Zhongyi in this tournament is getting help from the American Grandmaster Jeffrey Xiong. Jeffrey Xiong is there with his dad as well, helping psychologically too. So Jeffrey will contribute in the technicality of the preparation. And the father there also has so many experience in accompanying Jeffrey, so that he also might help Tan Zhongyi in psychological aspect. And he himself played this game, although it was an online game 3 years ago. And they went into a similar setup like what Ding was played in his game in Azerbaijan. So that can be the gameplay of this variation, Yovi. And I'm sure we have a move after knight a3 castle, and e3 was played without knight c4. So I still have to investigate this.
Okay. Yeah, this is an interesting move order, actually, because as we expected, knight c4 e3 is the move. And why is everyone not playing e3? Is it because black isn't obliged to be playing bishop e6?
Right. That is the right question and also the right answer. You did it. You did both, Yovi. You're asking the right question also, and then you're answering it. That is very true. So, as far as I can understand in this position, that after knight c4, although black in many games, black also played bishop f5. Okay, let me take back one move. After knight c4, main move is bishop e6. This is what people mostly played, but also the bishop can go to f5 or rook e8 or knight d5. But we can conclude here, okay, bishop e6 was chosen by many of strong players, so that's probably a reason for that. And after castle e3 immediately, now there's no real reason why the bishop has to go to e6. I personally like to get the bishop more active, so probably I will put it on f5 instead. And yeah, it's because now d3, we kind of eyeing on this square as well. Just to put a little logic behind it, if we play knight c4 and you play bishop b5, bishop f5, you're kind of hoping that your opponent would play e3. But what if they don't, right? It's gonna be a bit useless to have the bishop on f5. But now, after castle and e3, bishop f5 is definitely playable, because now d3 could be your target of attack, and maybe putting your knight to b4. Just keep suppressing this square.
Yeah, I completely agree. Can we go back to that critical position where white goes knight c4? Because
Sure.
one of the ideas, this is especially with the pawn on e2, is that bishop will come to e6. One of the ideas is, say no bishop e6. Let's just say white goes black goes bishop f5, bishop g4, something. Well, one of the kind of common ideas in this is to actually liberate the bishop on g2 by putting a knight on e5.
This knight.
So you make some trades. And the trades, I don't quite know which one you do. Maybe probably knight c e5 for some reason. But either way, you're going to be jumping in with your knight to e5. And
I don't think it matters, actually. I think this has been the whole idea, to trade the bishop and then putting the bishop on e4. And or this one is not really a problem, right? I can play queen c7 maybe. Maybe this is a better version. You're giving space for your rook to go to the center, attacking this, protecting this. So yeah, it's still a mystery to me, actually.
Yeah, it is a little bit confusing. So yeah, because I definitely know that you would do it, say, for instance, in the e3 lines after bishop e6, you would be going e3, rook e1, then a knight jumps into e5. start opening up the light square bishop, and as you mentioned, weakening the d4 point. But say after bishop to f4, maybe it's not necessary. Maybe you switch to, like, what is the, hang on, let's just put it up, because maybe we can actually ask the database, what is the kind of solution after bishop to f4. So after castles, knight here, bishop f4. No one has played bishop f4, Irene. Not on the correspondence. Let me check.
Bishop f5.
Bishop f5. And I'm just kind of curious as to whether they're going e3.
Yeah,
And
turns
they're
out
going
a3 was playable actually.
And Wesley So, he played rook c1 and then put the f knight to e5.
Rook c1.
Yeah. He just went rook c1, and after rook c8, knight fe5. So he did this plan that we referred to. And then after the trade of knights, this bishop e4 happened. And then bishop h3 came.
Bishop a3, I see.
h3.
Oh, h3, okay.
Yeah. So, okay, but it is interesting because after after bishop f5, e3 was a move. But okay, instead, we don't have any bishop f5s, bishop g4s, bishop e6s whatsoever. We just have d takes e3.
Right. And Tan Zhongyi is still thinking, because it's almost sure that it has to be de3. But okay, this is, I think she's trying to be a change player, because almost in every move that she made before, she's always very impulsive. And now this position, even though it looks like it's almost certain that you're going to take it with the d pawn, but she's taking her time. So okay, because I don't see a point of you taking with this, maybe, because now, yeah, this whole idea pressing over d2 might happen. Just one move to think about is, yeah, this position. I think you can just simply move your bishop. I mean, there is nothing along the f file, because usually you'd be happy to open up the f file, but there is really nothing. And now d takes e3 is on the board.
Yeah, so, okay. D takes e3, and the position looks very calm for the time being. No, none of white's pieces are menacingly placed, except when you kind of dig under the surface and you understand that this bishop on g2, I was trying to highlight it on my screen, sorry about that. So the bishop on g2, that's a kind of sleeping beast there, because once the knight gets out of the way, then the bishop on g2 will tie down the bishop on c8 to the defense of b7. And you have this imbalance in the pawn structure as well, with black having 3 versus 2 on the queen side, white having 4 against 3. So it's very open. I kind of call this chess baseline chess, just like in tennis, when you're playing on the baseline, no one is coming up to the net. Everyone is shooting from long range. So now it's all about just mobilizing the pieces, putting them on good squares, and playing very precisely. You have to get your pieces to the best squares. I'm expecting bishop f5 to come for black.
Right. Bishop f5, yes, that's I think one move that I'd like to make as well, because it just looks very active. We know that we have to, since we're playing in the baseline, right, we have to connect all our pieces in the baseline in the back rank. So bishop f5 looks very natural. Just wanting to note to our viewers, for those who understand, the score is 3-2 for Ju Wenjun. So Ju Wenjun is leading by 1 point. You might be thinking, she's playing with black pieces. This is last game in Shanghai before moving to Chongqing, and there is a trade of queens on the board. So why not just take it? If you take it, then the game will eventually be more simplified and you're getting closer to a draw result, right? But again, in this type of position, if you have a queen trade like this, don't take it in your expense. It's better for you to wait until your opponent take yours so that you have more tempo on the board. So I'm pretty sure the next move that Wenjun is going to make is the bishop move. Because if, let's just put it on the board, because if you take this, okay, you're simplifying the position, it looks like it, but material speaking, everything is equal. But positionally, just look at this. How many pieces that white has already developed and how many pieces black has? It's 5 against 3. And you're talking about this bishop, the sleeping beast, and this going to aim straight to b7. It's going to be very hard for this bishop to move, like if you move here, and also this pawn, not to mention about this pawn. The moment this pawn on b7 steps up to b6, this knight will be weak, but this also can be the target of attack. You put another rook over here, or you put knight over here. Okay, I'm doing it in the wrong way, but it's just an idea that even though the queen's already off of the board, but white has a more superior position due to its pieces activity.
Yeah, I completely agree there, Irene. It's very dangerous for black to trade off queens. And that's the first pitfall that Ju Wenjun has to face, because she has to make a correct decision here to trade off queens or to keep the activity going by developing the light square bishop. We are going to go on our very first break of the day. And when we return, we are going to delve into this position in a lot more detail. So don't go anywhere.
This isn't just chess. This is Tan Zhongyi sculpting pure art at the Candidates Tournament against Lei Tinglier. I'm Grandmaster Pepe Cuenca, and I'm here to show you the technique of one of the finest players in the world. Lei Tinglier opens with the Queen's Gambit exchange. After bishop g4, black tries to provoke f3 to mess up the white structure, but Lei keeps her cool, ice cold, and refuses to touch her beautiful pawns. Lacking a space, black goes for a minor piece trade with knight e4. And then comes b4. And now things start heating up. White launches the classic minority attack, while black's plan is basically throw everything at the king and hope for the best. After queen g5, bishop takes h3 is in the air, but white spots it and says not today. Now rook a6 comes in like a bouncer at a club, defending the weak pawn and eyeing the g5 like it's ready for a Saturday night. A wild party incoming. Then queen a5 is a smooth reroute, getting the queen ready for the defense. Then comes queen h4, and suddenly black's attack is looking like a horror movie for the white king. Bishop g4, for instance, is a deadly looking threat. The engines, those cold, soulless calculators, suggest calmly playing rook ac1, and after bishop g4 replying with king h2 like nothing's happening. Easy when you don't have a pulse. But Lei couldn't take the pressure and opted for simplification with queen f4. And after that, Tan Zhongyi's technique is pure elegance. Rook f6, and suddenly white can't defend f4 with g3 because h3 collapses. Before digging into f4 and d4, black politely stops to save Private Ryan because no one gets left behind. a5 is another touch of pure class. Here you go for the more human bishop e6, then it allows rook a6, and suddenly your rook's dancing with concrete shoes. But Tan, no hesitation, pure precision. Black finally activates the rook on the 7th rank. If the black king strolls up to e5, it's game over. That's why rook h1 is such a classy move. If white dares to play g3, the bishop loses its answer, and rook f1 follows with trouble. After king g3, the black king invades like a boss. After penetrating with the king, g5 is like a big bomb. White is forced to give up the exchange, waving a little white flag. The rook returns and stops the pawn, and white is actually forced to resign.
And we are back for the final time in Shanghai because it's game 6. And we left you with a question mark hanging over Ju Wenjun. Would she fall into a little pitfall? Would she trade off queens, try to simplify into a worse position? Well, Ju Wenjun, she understands that was way too simple. And instead, she has decided to keep the queens on the board and the bishop has come out. This was the correct approach. And of course, Ju showing her class there. But then the question remains to Tan. Where is she going to put her pieces? How is she going to apply pressure to the black setup? And I'm going to put that very difficult question to you, Irene. Sorry for lobbing you into it.
Okay, I love how you keep putting me on the spot, Yovi, but let's do it. Let's investigate this together. As I mentioned earlier, you wouldn't like to trade queens at your own expense. So that goes the same way to Tan. So here, Tan shouldn't take the queen, nor did Wenjun took the queen as well. But here, my concern is the knight on a3, because every now and then you have to think about where to go with this knight. The knight cannot just be stuck on a3 all the time. You have to try to deflop it, and I think the most feasible square is to c4, but you just have to keep calculating everything. I mean, if you don't see the e-file bar, which is leaning slightly towards white's position, I would be happy to play this position as black. It's just because I like this type of activity with the bishop controlling this diagonal, with the potential of the knight goes to b4 and then controlling the d3 square. It looks just nice to me. So even though the bar is liking white's position, it doesn't mean that the position is easy for Tan Zhongyi, because for human practical view in this position, you just have to play the most accurate chess not to slip out your advantage. So let's see this knight c4, and then just to see how black will reply this idea.
Okay, so we have some moves. So the first one that to me looks very natural is to dodge the queen trade with queen to c7. In an ideal world, I'd like to centralize the rooks and ask the question, where are you hiding the queen?
Mm-hmm. And as I mentioned before, this d3 square is actually a very important square. Whoever controls it, she will control the game. So, and with the nature of knight c4, I guess it's very consistent to keep playing in that manner and put the knight on e5. In a way, it is also protecting d3, because I know you are very sneaky, Yovi. You're saying, I want to dodge this threat to c7, but your real intention is actually to bring the rook to the center and attacking the queen on d1 and controlling the d3 square. So this is also a way to anticipate those threats.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm guilty as charged. That absolutely was the plan, to go rook to d8 and then ask the question to the white queen. And knight to e5, you can see it's such a beautiful move. I love it, because not only are you just activating the bishop on g2, you're securing a square on e2 for the queen because you've controlled the d3 square, and you're maybe one day you might even have ideas of going g4 f4, push forward on the king side. Now that only has to be done when you've completed the development, you've controlled the play in the center. But again, and what I really like about knight to e5 is, in fact, you're asking black the question, how safe is your queen? Because let's just say like after the happy move, rook to d8, one rook, I haven't decided which one. Yeah, so let's choose that one, queen e2, or it could even go up to f3, your choice.
Are you sure with f3? I'm a bit concerned about bishop e4.
Bishop e4. Okay, no, take that away. I forgot about bishop e4. Queen e2.
I think queen e2. D3 is safe for the time being, and then you have another move coming up very, very soon, rook d1, so you don't have to worry about the d3 square. Yes, queen e2. And you're right.
And
this queen, right? Mm-hmm.
yeah, totally. I mean, like, even if black goes, I don't like the pressure, goes knight takes e5. By the way, that's not necessarily a good move. I just wanted to show that it's actually black's queen that is in problems. Bishop takes, and now the queen has to step back to c8, and it becomes very clear that white has the mobility with the bishops. There's a bishop pointing down on b7. I think now you can simply go rook to... I'm in two minds, either rook to d1 or rook to c1. Let's go rook d1.
I think it has to be rook d1 because, again, d3 square is there. So maybe rook f d1.
And then I just wanted to point out, sorry about that, Harry, I just got enthusiastic. I wanted to point out that the knight to d6 is now in the air.
Right. Yes, very good. Yeah. White is somehow dominating the game. And this is what I like about fianchetto bishop, because when they're working from distant, they are more superior because no one in this position, like no black pieces can actually attack the bishop on g2. So the bishop on g2 is working its maximum potential from distant. So this is just one way of playing the game, and looks like both moves come very naturally, especially white moves. So let's put more attention to black's move then, because white is having a slightly better position, so it's easier for white to move around. But as for black, it requires more accuracy. And we have a move, Yovi, and it's immediate knight e5.
Knight e5. Okay. Well, that one wasn't on our radar because we wanted to get the knight from the edge into the play, but knight to e5. And just, has anyone played it before? No,
Nope.
Not according to my database. We're in new territory. I love that moment. And what do we think
12th
about
move.
this trade?
Sorry, just to talk about no games in the database on this position. Yeah, so on move 12, knight c4 has been played twice, and the one who played with black pieces is none other than Vishwanathan Anand. But if you play knight e5 right away, this position was never played. So we are now back again on uncharted territories. Knight e5. What is the difference between knight c4 immediately and knight c4 or knight e5 immediately?
Okay, well, first things first, let's have a look at the move that is now possible because of knight to e5. And this is a nice way to develop your intuition, especially when you don't have so much time left on your clock. You just say, okay, knight to e5. Now what can you do? You can go knight takes e5. So we should look at that one first. Oh, did that happen instantly?
Yes.
The knight.
Yeah. Exactly.
Just when we were kind of about to come to terms with it. Okay, now the bishop stands on e5, and again, okay, very quick move, queen to c8. This is similar to the position that we saw except, that black wasted some time. So when we analyzed the position, Irene, black was wasting time with queen to c7 after knight c4, and then queen to c8. So Ju Wenjun has benefited from this trade now, because now she can just go rook to d8 and she's threatening bishop d3.
Right. Not only that she's threatening bishop d3 with the prime move of rook d8, but also this one you were mentioning earlier about this sleeping beast, and I think it would be in black's interest to trade it off with the bishop, and also it's just a strong bishop, and once this bishop is gone, not only that you don't have any attack anymore on b7, but also it's weakening the king because you don't have any fianchetto piece anymore around the king. So yeah, the king is technically going to be weakened after the trade-off. So this is something that Tan Zhongyi has to watch out for. These d3 and h3 squares. Is there any way to solve the problem immediately? So queen e2 is there. Was already played by Tan Zhongyi.
Will solve the problem of the bishop coming to d3. So unfortunately, it hasn't solved bishop to h3.
So let's see it. Bishop h3. So I think white has already come to terms that there will be trade-off of the bishop. So, but again, let's not exchange the bishop at your own expense in your own time. So let's just keep it that way, and then move away this rook to d1 or to c1, something like this. Maybe d1, yeah. And then if black would like to take it, black has to take it now. Otherwise, you might go to h1 maybe, or to f3. So takes, and since the queen is here, comes with a tempo to c6. I think it's a better square for the queen. I don't know what to suggest in this position. Normally, I would just step back down, or maybe a concrete line is needed here by playing f3. Although, again, the second rank looks a bit loose, so that's why I don't like playing f3. Okay, let's just put it on g1, and then here black can continue.
Sorry, Irene. Can we look at the endgame after
Queen f3?
Check Queen f3, because I have seen Ulf Anderson win this type of endgame, and it's just on the basis that, say, black changes the queens, and then the rook comes to d8. What you do is you just start improving your king side. You start making those small improving pawn advances, h3, g4, knight comes to c4, and yeah, the position is very, very close to equal, but white still has that comfortable plan of advancing to the pawns on the king side. The white king is closer to the center.
Yep, that's very true. But that is why black wouldn't like to trade off the queens, and I'm actually amazed I've almost never seen this pattern before. The knight just go to e4, and somehow it's very safe. The knight cannot be attacked. It just closes this diagonal temporarily, and in the time being, you can start developing the rooks at the back rank. So yeah, should this happen, I think knight e4 should be the move here.
That's a nice move. I also haven't seen that pattern before, but it's a good one and an instructive one at that. I guess, can you go knight c4?
Knight c4?
Knight a4?
Yeah. But now what you are doing is, you just want to play knight a5, but after knight a5, the queen probably moved to g6. So yeah, I think this position should be better for black already, or okay, equalish according to evaluation bar, but obviously black is pretty comfortable. Let me think, should I play b5 or should I just move the rook to center squares, or can I do something else?
Yeah, well, it's an intriguing position because there's still questions to be answered for black, and knight a5 is in the air. Knight to d6 is also a possibility. But it's kind of veering towards a draw. So,
oh, Yovi, there is some trick here. I don't know. It is a trick. It might be a trick actually. Okay. Assume that I'll just bring my rook to the center, and then you want to play knight f5 and then grabbing this pawn. And I mentioned before that the queen just moved back to g6 because that's I think the only square for the queen to protect the knight. And then once you start taking this pawn, then I can come to knight d2, and then the queen has to move, or maybe I don't know. I was debating knight d2 or knight g5, something to do with the queen. My idea is easy. You cannot go here, you cannot go here, you cannot go here, and then when the queen moves, you step in like this, and then probably grab it. Or no, queen e4 is better. This one is hanging. Queen e4 is better. So just one little trap like that in this middle game. So oops. Let's
Was
see it again. Yeah, because I told you, right? I'm so greedy with pieces activity. That's why all of this pawn, like I can sacrifice it all I want as long as I'm pretty active. So yeah, rook a d8, I think comes to my mind very naturally.
Yeah. Okay, well, that means that white has absolutely nothing in the position. In fact, because of the king standing on g2, it is white that has to play very accurately here, because b5 is coming next. But it's such a nice idea, right? Knight d2. Okay.
So
But
let's take a look. So yeah.
yeah, no, I just kind of didn't want to get caught up in the weeds, and I just wanted to go back to the game position and see how forced this line is.
Yeah,
Because
this bishop h3.
it looks pretty much almost, well, it's not forced, I would say, but it's very natural, right? Rook to d1.
Now I think, okay, now I understand. You may take this one but I think it's kind of automatic. If you take this one, you have to take the knight, because otherwise this knight is going to be very dangerous. Just to show you a little bit, this knight can hook on this square g4, attacking the bishop and also attacking h2, checkmate. So if you decide to take the bishop, you have to take the knight straight after that. Not rook d1, but just take this. Queen takes this, bishop takes, and then move this rook, let's say to c1, protecting this, b6, and you kind of play with this position. It should be equalish, but yeah, I don't know. This might be what Ju Wenjun is thinking right now.
Yeah, it's, yeah, but you have to kind of get over that psychological hurdle of actually getting rid of a bishop, which looks, at least to my eyes, fantastic on e5, and you're swapping it off for a knight. And it's kind of not a natural move to go bishop takes bishop. Again, we're always thinking about the trade to come to my favor, not yours. So yeah, it's some interesting lines though, to play with a potential strong knight, because there's a few squares. You know, if we were to kind of play what's the dream square for the a3 knight, it would be d5. That's a good square for an octo knight. And yeah, what else could one do? Does one have to go, for instance, rook to d1? Can one just go rook ac1?
I think you can,
So
but it doesn't really change a lot. I guess you can just take these takes and then still okay, now I actually have some ideas since there is no rook d1. What if I just go queen f5 instead of queen c6? And then I try to put it on e4, or, just pretty much to connect my rook first so that I give these squares for my rooks.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like rook c1 is like the most active square for the rook. But I have an idea. Rewind. I've been inspired instead by clumsy rook c1, and instead let's improve the worst place piece. Move the knight away from a3. Get it to c4.
Okay. Yeah, that might be better. Yeah, the thing is, now I can play b5 because you don't really have this square anymore, because you see like there's always a fork like that and then queen c6 coming. So I can take g2 first, maybe if I want, and then by doing that I'll play b5 next. And bishop h3 is on the board, by the way. It has been played by Ju Wenjun. It's very natural, right? When you see that your opponent has a fianchetto bishop, that you just, and especially in this position, it's very natural and very obvious that that is the plan that she's aiming for.
Yeah. And she just had to work out the details, make sure everything was fine. Bishop h3. And the question remains, okay, let's go to the game position and let's try to be as precise as possible, because we saw that rook to d1 is absolutely fine for black. You just trade bishops, give a check, and the dream of transposing into an endgame is non-existent after knight to e4. So queen f3 is going to be met by knight e4. That was really nice. So, and do you want to be going king to g1? I guess you could.
Yeah, I guess you could, and probably, yeah, I still like this 94 idea. Also, I don't want to think about what's going to happen in the end game between, or knight versus bishop, because that's still something that keeps around at the back of my head. Like, what if, at some point white decided to trade off this bishop with the knight, and then we go to this sort of end game, but I was thinking, okay, this knight is better off on e4 anyway, so let's just put it that way before moving up the rooks to the center lines.
I'm not happy with king to g1. And also I just wanted to point out one of the patterns that you have is you can put a knight on g5 and start going, hello, light squares around the king. Yeah. I lost a game like this at the European Team Championships, and it was so painful because I would have won a medal if I'd won, but instead I regretted those light square weaknesses. Anyway, enough of bad memories, and let's instead, okay, because I feel that this is so critical. So rook, okay, let's run through rook ac1 again. So rook ac1, okay. It's natural in the sense that the rook goes opposite the queen, and then you just said queen out to f5, and okay, what about your bishop takes knight?
Yeah, I think it should be it. Takes like this, and it has to be with the bishop, maybe? I don't know. Either way should be fine.
Yeah. Okay, and now I got you. Queen f3. We're going to go into endgame where, oh, hang on a second, bishop b2.
No. Okay, take this one first.
I don't have you. Okay. Okay. Well, okay. And if one just goes rook to d1, let's just play according to the principles.
And I might offer some trades. I think I can, I don't know, which rook goes to d8? The a rook, or I still cannot find a difference. Okay, let's just put this way.
I wasn't. How much time do we get? Because now knight to b5 is in the air.
And if I attack you, oh, something is wrong. What is it? Just knight d6. It's gonna be very hard to protect this b7 pawn. Oh, suddenly.
Yeah, that came from nowhere.
Yeah. And gosh, this is like +2 already. This type of position, because once you lose this pawn, you're going to lose this pawn and this pawn as well. So yeah, soon you'll end up with 3 pawn less.
Yeah, totally. And one of the things is if you go, for instance, queen e6, relying on tactics. You
Oh,
can actually
you still can
pawn
take
on
it.
E7.
Yeah, because there's always queen f3 ready to. Yeah, the queen is not single and doesn't, and but really it's to mingle. Like, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's one way. Yeah, that's the idea. Like bishop takes f6 always, it's always there. You know, I think you just have to incorporate it in your calculation, because again, once you have this type of king, you wouldn't like the queen to have a good friend to attack the king with, and the good friend to attack the king is of course the knight. So just by that logic, you can just totally consider the idea of exchanging your bishop with the knight. And again, we're looking at the position where there's still many pawns on the board, and this type of knight would like to jump around. And this bishop in the eventual position that we see, it doesn't have anything to attack. Okay, except the square of b2. That's something that we should be aware of, but it can easily be handled. So that's why, yeah, this type of position, default bar, we see that it's giving slightly better advantage for white for that reason, because the knight can be very flexible attacking both colors, while the black bishop here can only attack the dark squares, but even on the dark squares there's nothing.
Yeah, it's incredible actually, because it's so rare that you get these open positions where a knight is actually, ironically enough, better than the bishop. And so Tan will have to, in her calculations, really foresee that bishop takes knight is needed in this type of position. Because otherwise, we had situations where the black knight was jumping into e4 and the queen, alongside the queen, it was really a nuisance. It's difficult. I don't think it's a very natural thing, Irene. I'm going to be honest with you that that you get to this position, you go bishop takes knight. Yes, that's the best move.
Bishop takes knight. Okay, bishop takes bishop and
Yeah,
bishop
like
takes knight. Yeah,
like rook ac1 first up.
okay.
No, not bishop takes bishop, but to kind of make that assessment that rook ac1, that's just a improving move, and that after bishop takes bishop, this is the key moment. Because yeah, you can get here, not a problem, and also you can see, black can play rook d8, although you feel uncomfortable with the queen standing opposite the rook on c1, and so you get to this position and you think, oh, I'm not going to go bishop takes knight because it's such a good piece, this bishop on e5. It's in the center, pointing at g7, and especially when you think about the counterpart on e7, which is literally not doing a thing. But to appreciate that it's all because a black knight will come to e4 and harass the light squares around the white king, that's deep.
Yeah, so I actually was suggesting this move before. Now, what if we try another way? And by the way, I think Tan is about to move. She moved queen f3. Interesting.
Yeah. Okay, well, it's sophisticated, right? She understands that knight to e4 is a problem, and she understood that queen to c6 is coming, so why not stop? Whoa, Ju races on with bishop takes bishop. Okay, now the king steps up. I like the solution that Tan has come up with. Is very natural.
Yep. Now there is no more queen c6, and the knight cannot jump to all the light squares as well, d5 or e4, but it can jump to g4 if it like to. So hang on. So I didn't like the position when the bishop trades the knight. So what if we try bishop trading with bishop? Another way to do it is like this: knight g4. You have to move your bishop. I know, okay, I don't care about the bar for the moment. I just would like to see the position when we have, we have this position but without the bishop. So let's say you pull it back to b2, And then I offer this trade, takes and takes. How bad is this position for black? I would say it's rather equalish. The bar says white is slightly better, but I think it's going to be pretty hard anyway to win this type of position.
Well, the one thing that does scare me about this position for black is that white's pieces are going to be better placed. The queen on f3 stands extremely well, pointing at b7. The knight on a3 can move over to c4, where it's going to be stable. Also looks at d6 square, and white is going to be very quick with taking control over the center. And also, I just wanted to point out that white's kingside pawns are very mobile. You have e4, e5 in the air, and these small things
Yep.
can just keep pressing the black position.
Okay. All right. Yes. Now I understand that even this trade is not favorable for black. So king takes g2. There's still some underdeveloped pieces in the back rank. Is it the time to move them, or maybe we can do something else? Just trying to find out what can be done here.
But you were playing moves like queen to e6 against me.
Queen e6.
Queen f5. Yeah, you were just asking me where you're going to go. And
so if I take this and just switch to
takes
with bishop, right? I think.
Yeah.
Because you cannot play rook c1 right now. Again, there is bishop b2. So in this position, the rook has to go elsewhere, maybe d1. But now it gives time for black to also come up with some plan. But b7, first of all, b7 is hanging, so black has to handle that one first.
Yeah, and this is the thing. You kind of also have to factor in queen a6 moves. I don't know how strong that is.
Wow. No, that is very interesting. No, I like this type of move. That is very interesting. Yeah, the knight is the...
Well, it's true, but I was reluctant to do this against you because I know that you would just go knight c4 and go, haha. and then after queen takes a2, I can see a rook posting up to
d7, and then knight goes to d6.
Also e4 happening, and I'm just like, why did I take the pawn and just allow all of this mess when the rooks want to be in the game?
That is actually interesting. Like, okay, let's be brave and sacrifice all of these pawns. I just want to show this to everyone and also to myself, like how bad it could be sacrificing us all these pawns. And you suddenly have 3 fast pawns here, but let's keep going. Let me think. Knight d6. Or should I be greedy, taking the pawn by playing knight a5? But knight a5? No, knight a5, queen b5. So that doesn't work. If knight d6...
Queen e6.
Queen e6, and then I take the pawn with the queen.
Queen?
No, I was thinking if knight d6, maybe just play rook d8. Yeah, just... exchanging this rook, because this rook is very dangerous. So, but this rook,
rook takes b7.
Rook takes b7. Yeah, that's not right. Okay, well, where's the win here? Maybe you're right. Oh, queen e6. Queen e6, queen b7. Rook b8.
8.
Wow. Rook b8, queen c7.
Maybe we should put it up on the board.
Okay, queen e6, queen takes b7. Or maybe just rook d8 right now, attacking this as well. So rook here. Then you have to take this. Knight has to move. Where does the knight go? Knight e4 maybe?
Yeah, And it's still messy though, Irene. It's still messy. How did we make this mess?
Because
Is that
thanks to
we're
your queen
going quite
a6,
deep
Yovi.
into this chaotic. Okay, so this is queen e6, right?
Queen
So in
a6,
the
but of
game
course,
position, queen e6 connected, which I feel is normal, and she does it. Oh my goodness me! If
right. So now I have a second thought that maybe the bishop shouldn't take the knight on f6. Maybe it should be something else, like a move like no, bishop b2. This is exactly what we analyzed too. Oh no. Was it?
no, we were looking at bishop takes knight
Oh, bishop
because
takes knight, of
we did
course.
see
Yes.
we did see some situations where white was very active with the rook and the knight and the queen. Okay, but bishop b2, like I said, I think psychologically, almost like on a superficial level, it's very difficult to go bishop takes knight, to
Yeah.
understand how dangerous this knight can be. It can jump to e4. So I'm expecting Ju to either centralize, no, not centralize the rooks, because queen takes b7 is in the air. So she has some choices. She can go knight to e4.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm liking Black's position now. Like Black doesn't have any problem anymore. And also one thing that I like is now Black has majority attack. Like if Black would like to attack, it has the majority pawn structure on the queen side and the control over the central squares. E4 is one of them, d5, and soon that this rook will go. So that is why, all this deduction point lead me to bishop takes f6. But of course, it's just very hard to understand, and I totally can do it here without any pressure. Like, okay, if it's wrong, let's take back and then find something else. But of course, it's a different story when you are sitting there just with your opponent and think about this position. Yeah, it's a very hard decision to make.
Yeah, it's definitely a difficult decision to make. So, what to do? So, because I worry about queen takes b7, although Irene, it's not your style to worry about that,
No.
is it?
But okay, sometimes I have to be a bit conservative too about my position. So I don't like queen b7, but I like knight e4, and just my luck, I think this solves both problems. So, and another thing is it's attacking. So it's enough for me. Like one move, it covers three things. It's already pretty good.
Okay, so knight e4, multi-purpose move. Okay, so let's okay, centralize the rooks.
Okay, this rook.
It's always I will try that one, but then I am sure that it's going to be the wrong rook.
Yeah, and if I don't have to think about this position, I would try to offer a trade of the rooks here. Also, big question, which rook? Because I also have to watch out about this type of possibility. Knight b5, knight c3 maybe after that. Or maybe should I play a6 first? Although this is taking too much time. So, okay, let's get this rook.
Yeah, I like that one. And do you remember you had ideas of going knight to d2?
Mm-hmm.
Can use a different position, but it's there. Okay, so the question for white is how to coordinate the pieces. Like knight c4 gets pushed back with b5.
That's true. Knight c4, but you can put it on e5.
Yeah.
But I agree. B5 is there, and then maybe after this knight d2 is coming.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Is it knight d2? Yeah, it is knight d2. Knight d2 is fine, and after queen here, we can start thinking about giving checks or maybe putting back to e4. But if we put back to e4, that's not really.
Well, first up, can you take the pawn on b5?
Yeah,
I'm
let's
good
see.
at grabbing stuff.
Oops.
So knight e4.
Okay, where's the win here? Maybe it's something to do with this pawn. Or pressuring this knight. It could be one of the other. Okay, that's bishop f6 maybe.
It's unpleasant, isn't it? It's certainly unpleasant. And okay, well, she's played knight e4.
Knight e4, yes. Yeah, I think Ju and I, we have these little similarities about our way of playing. We'd like to get into concrete and active play, so that this type of moves really come very naturally to Ju Wenjun as well. And we also have another move, rook fd1 is on the board. So yeah, both players really realized here that you have to be active with your pieces. And now I'm almost sure that Wenjun will get another rook to d8 just to challenge this d1 rook. A question is which rook, but I think it should be the a rook because you don't really want to play in the queen side yet. And one of the lines that I like to calculate is something to do with f5, just cementing your knight in the center, and then maybe in some position you just trade your bishop and then putting this pawn on b6. I think black can be happy about it. So that's just that's just my imagination of what this position could be. But one thing for sure, yes, there should be a rook coming to d8 to challenge this d1 rook.
Yeah, and this is the thing. Ju's position is very harmonious, and like you said, actually, cement the knight on e4. And the one thing about Tan's position that actually is really dangerous is those weak light squares around the white king. So she will always have to calculate knight g5. She will always have to calculate the queen swinging over to c6, knight coming to d2, attacking the queen. And it's a problem because the knight on a3 can move to c4, but it's going to get beaten away with b5. And again, black is the one that's taking control. So it's a question of how will Ju coordinate all of her pieces in the best way. So I would say at the minute it's slightly better for black. It's a lot more comfortable for black to play. And the bishop on b2 looks great pointing at g7, but actually doesn't do that much.
Yep. Okay, so yeah, unfortunately, I was rather hoping for a more fighting battle actually, but of course no one can predict what would happen. But judging from how the game is going, we can put a vote actually. This might be another draw. Before we move to Chongqing, a draw on the final day in Shanghai, probably. Although, of course, in a few games that we've seen before, and there you go, rook a8.
Yeah. But Irene, I'm going to call it. I'm going to say it's going to be a draw, but it's not going to be without adventures. And I mark my words, I have played this type of position for white many times. It's not pleasant. The weaknesses around the king cause some issues, and you have to play very accurately to neutralize that. And Tan, remember, she's not a positional player, so to speak. She likes those impulsive, attacking, dynamic games, and she won't be feeling 100% comfortable in this. Knight d2 in the air.
Mm-hmm.
And it's no easy way for Tan to kind of make those trades, to simplify and breathe that sigh of relief and kind of go, oh, now I'm in an endgame and the queens have swapped off and all is well for me. Because you trade off rooks, you give black control of the D line. You come forward with your knight, you get beaten back.
Yeah, it's definitely hard. It's definitely hard. So maybe in this position, what white can do is play is to play a waiting move, but a useful waiting move. Like you mentioned, this knight can go to d2, this knight can go to g5. Let's just try to solve one problem at a time if you still don't know what to do yet. So what I would suggest is a move like h4. At least now I can, forget about knight g5 because that's no longer in equation. Now what I have to be aware of if knight d2 works, which I don't think it is at this moment because you're still, this b7. Ooh, what is going on?
Oh, you see?
Rook d7. Yeah, and the queen has to step out from the diagonal. And when the queen stepped out of the diagonal, you go in with your own queen. I don't know where, e4, d5, c6, depending where this queen go. So even that pawn is poisonous. So, all right. So knight d2 is a serious threat. Then you have to be careful on where to move your queen now.
I was thinking that this knight is so irritating on e4 that instead of h4, could one try knight to b5?
Attacking this. Okay, I will not think about protecting that. She went to c4, by the way.
Okay.
But yeah, this is interesting. This is interesting. It's just probably in this position. Yeah, I will not think about protecting it. I'll just do something else. I still like this knight d2.
Knight d2.
Yeah, and
you
probably
still have this rook d7 in the air. So knight d2.
Yeah.
There's no queen takes b7, right?
There's no queen b7. I think it's still rook d7, and then you're losing control over the diagonal. So that is why, I think I understand. Probably Tan Zhongyi got scared of all this threat, and she moved knight c4 just to stop knight d2 from happening. And I think we saw just very, very briefly about b5 in this position. And where does this knight go? Naturally, I would put it 5, but maybe that's not the best square for the knight. Or maybe it is.
We'll just try it. It's the most active move. And after knight to d2, maybe you have ideas of queen c6.
Queen c6, yep.
Maybe. It's a maybe. You see how easy it is to go wrong and for the evaluation bar to give you a harsh judgment. Because okay, maybe you go rook d6. Although
I was thinking actually queen g4. We don't have to worry about queen d5 because you have knight f3 attacking this, but also there is this one. Okay, let's should I put it on the board? I think.
Yeah, let's put it on.
Yeah. So if we would like to trade the queen, we were worried that if the queen was stepping out of this diagonal, then it will be bad, but not in this position, because if you play queen d5, for instance, the knight can just step back to f3. And I think in this point, you have to trade everything on f3 because this is an attack, and definitely this is the main attack to give a checkmate on g7. So walking into this position would be in white's interest, because when everything is simplified, the king is also kind of already very close to the center, that even though black has a majority pawn structure, but I don't think black can utilize it for an advantage. So this is another scenario, but I really like your attempt here, that you pointed it right away, that we have to trade the queens, and when we already in the right set of mind, we just have to take a look at the candidate moves, because there are a few moves here that's leading to trading the queen. But and then we come to the process of elimination by calculating the lines. So yeah, I think after this, queen g4 should be the move.
Yeah, I think that white is very lucky to have that resource, because if they don't play it, then things can easily turn because of those light square weaknesses. So we were looking at b5. forcing
Yep.
the scenario. But you don't have to play that. And move that you also mentioned is just to go f5. Just anchor the knight to e4.
Yeah. Yeah, it is in my intention to trade off this bishop with any of the pieces. I mean, of course, with literally with any of the pieces, not pawns. It would be a dream if somehow I can trade this bishop with the queen, of course. But of course, in this position, the most possible way to trade is against the knight or the bishop. So I'd be happy to do that. Bishop with bishop, it's good. Bishop with knight, it's I think even better. Yeah, because given the position when it is knight versus bishop in general, of course it's depending on the position. In general, I would always like to play the knight, I mean in this position. But of course, if it's like an open position with less pawns, of course the bishop is more superior. But here I'll be happy to put my bishop on f6 and see which piece that I can trade it with. Yeah, I like f5.
Me too. I like the fact that it stabilizes, and bishop f6 is now in the air, but also we can go back to the other lines where b5 was possible. Knight to e5 is not going to come. So no, with f5 on the board, because we're past with f5 instead of b5, which forces the state of play. If we go f5, you pass the move back to white. White has to make an improving move, and b5 is still very much there.
Mm-hmm.
Followed by bishop f6, and there's knight to d2, which was so irritating, right?
It is, yeah. Okay, just to put some moves here, just to demonstrate how dangerous the position could be. Let's say I put it here and then b5, and then you put the knight on e5. Everything looks very natural, and then you put the bishop on f6. Knight d2 is also coming, and of course now the knight cannot go anywhere actually. There's a move still that you can play here, but I think you can just step aside with this rook so that there is no trade on d8 and you're still attacking this knight. So yeah, I think f5 also another multifunctional move. You're cementing the knight on e4, but also at the same time you're preparing bishop f6. Also, I like when I play a move, I also play my idea, but I also anticipate my opponent's idea. And after playing knight c4, of course, in this position, one of white's idea is somehow to put the knight on e5 without any risk. And after f5, I don't think that is the case anymore.
I like f5 the more I see it. Well, it's decision time for Ju. She can basically choose the way she wants to play this. She can force the nature of the game. She can make trades, but whilst she's having a deep think, well, there's a lot of action happening on the board, but there's even more action, especially if two players are not enough for you. The 4-player chess championship begins on April 14th in one of chess.com's oldest and most popular variants. You'll compete in a free-for-all format on a 160-square board against 3 opponents at once. If you can master this chaotic variant, you'll take home the lion's share of a $5,000 prize fund. To learn more about 4-player chess and how to compete in the championship, visit go.chess.com/4playerchamps or use !4v4 in chat. We'll be right back with Game 6 of the Women's World Championship after this break.
Does Hikaru have any siblings? If so, what are their names?
I know about Asuka. He was also a chess player. I don't think he really stuck with chess super long, but he was a good chess player. And I don't know of any other siblings.
Yeah, nice. What age did Fabiano stop going to school?
Okay, so Fabiano, okay, I'm trying to remember this. So I believe Okay, he and his family went to Hungary. I'm gonna guess around 2000. Fabiano is should be around the same age as Magnus, so he should be 91 or 92. You said age or grade? Is it
Age.
age? Okay, I'm gonna guess 10.
12.
12. Okay.
Hikaru ran a 5K after Norway Chess 2023. What was his time?
What's a good 5K time? I would say he probably has a pretty good time. 34 minutes? I don't know. That's a pretty good time. I mean, I was like doing like very casually just running 5K, and I didn't like go for time at all, but I would have been thrilled with 34 minutes, I think. What's the world record? Obviously, Hikaru's not going for that, but I think it's like 26 minutes, the world record. Or is that 10K? I'm probably like totally off. Anyway, I'm gonna go 34 minutes.
Well, I would assume he didn't break the world record, but his time was 21:02.
So am I thinking of 10K?
What is Fabiano's middle name?
Oh, that's easy. It's Luigi.
In the London Chess Classic of 2015, Hikaru was asked to describe you using one word. He failed to do so. What words did he use?
So he used multiple words?
He used multiple words.
No idea. Maybe it wasn't very nice if he's using multiple ones.
Best guess?
I actually failing to come up with anything. Maybe he said solid. That sounds like something neutral that he would say.
He said master of preparation.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's not one word at all. He needs to
work on that.
To work on his numbers.
In the London Chess Classic of 2015, Fabiano was asked to describe you using only one word. What word did he use?
Okay, so this is completely random. Completely random. I have no idea. The only person I remember ever saying something interesting were Grishuk and Tobolov. So all this one word to describe me in 2015. So it's December 2015, right before the candidates. I mean, I have no idea, so I'm not even just gonna say a random word. No idea at all.
Want to make a guess?
Weird. Just a guess.
The word was unpredictable.
Okay. Oh, interesting. That means he's not the only one to say that. Okay.
All right. Thank you so much.
Nice.
The fastest, easiest way to improve your chess is now the most fun way to improve your chess. Chess.com's brand new puzzles now have loads of exciting features to make solving a joy. Earn points and race your friends across puzzle tiers from wood to bronze, all the way to legend. Rack up bonuses for streaks, for speed, for accuracy, for daily solving, difficulty, and more. And now, you can get feedback from Coach while solving puzzles. Coach lets you know what each puzzle's goal is and why a move doesn't actually work. And, as always, puzzles will be selected just for your level from our database of hundreds of thousands of high-quality, beautiful, brilliant, and instructive puzzles. So what are you waiting for? Try puzzles today on web, Android, or iOS, and have a blast leveling up your chess.
Hi, I'm International Master Ivanka Hauske, and welcome to my first course for Chessable, starting out the Caro-Kann. Light square strategy is what I like to call it. You put your pawns on light squares, you develop your pieces, and then when the time is right, you break out in the center. What I need you to do is get in the focus of quick development. Knight takes g7, check is possible, king moves to f8, attacking the knight, and now after knight to h5, what we want to be doing is first asking that question to the knight, because white can immediately go wrong with knight to e2. We simply go knight to b4, and this bishop and the knight have orchestrated a sneak attack against c2, and now black is totally winning. There are lifelines to help you remember the piece configurations, there are guidelines, there are cautionary tales, and of course there are my trademark phrases, all to help you get a good Caro-Kann. And we are back with Game 6 of the FIDE Women's World Championship. And there we see on our screens Ju Wenjun, and the momentum is shifting in her favor. As during the break, she starts to take control, kicking back the white knight to the center, and then aiming to concrete her advantage, cement her advantage by solidifying her own knight. So there's not any destruction, just like the advert we just saw. Instead, what we are going to be seeing is the pieces just reinforcing themselves. As a chess player, I'm not a big fan of that advert. I find it hurts me, Irene.
It feels like it's a bit heartbreaking, how those pieces are getting scrunched like that. And well, it's one of the viewers' favorites, UV. You have to, there's a reason why our producer put it just before we went back live. It's because it's crunching time. It's crunching time after a few moves, because we saw the position before we took a break, this one, after knight c4. And we tossed around some ideas. Maybe it's f5, but also b5 looks more straightforward, and it is looking like, very typical of Ju Wenjun's way of play. And indeed, she played b5. And now knight e5 is surely the most expected move that she calculated. And just now, she just played another move. It is f5. So I think, this f5 idea comes really handy. You can play it now, you can play it a move later, but just the idea of cementing the knight in the center with this pawn, and bishop f6 is coming, this knight on e5 looks pretty awkward to me.
Yeah, and this is the position that we actually got to in our analysis, and we concluded danger. I mean, first up, as you mentioned, it's crunch time for Tan. She has to find a way to neutralize this. Knight to d2 coming, bishop f6 in the air. Oh, so many plans. So what can you do to simplify the position? Can you just trade off rooks?
Yeah, trade-off rooks, probably it's one thing to consider. I like that idea, so let's say it first on the board. Takes, and naturally would like to take here. As soon as we said it, look at the bar, how it goes down. Into black's favor even deeper. And now you were thinking of playing this, right? Rook d1.
Mm-hmm.
But it doesn't stop bishop f6 idea, right? I mean, I can take right now. I can take it first. And after you take it, then bishop f6, what's happening?
I thought you could go f4 and survive that way.
But are you sure? This second rank is pretty loose. But there should be a better way to continue this position, because probably it's not taking. Why don't we keep moving with this knight d2? Because, again, what am I missing here?
Wow. That one even loses for black.
Or is it knight c6?
The queen is hanging. Queen c6.
Queen c6, yeah. Queen c6 takes. Oh, wow, yes. Wow. Yep. So gotta be careful still. So what is the move then in this position?
Maybe it's just because
Rook
I also
d5. No, rook d5. Yeah, rook d5 maybe. You're attacking e5, and then because this d file is very crucial, right? Whoever controls it controls the game. And if you play rook d5, I think it is not a good move, UV, and I'm still wondering why.
Wow, you can just see actually the position just turning on one move. It's like all these swings, but you would never have thought the position was so complex like that. So rook takes.
It could be rook takes, queen takes, and g4 maybe.
Or is there some queen takes f5? Was my suspicion that you get away with it because you can
There's no good
take
discovery.
back with e4.
Yeah. Yeah, because if you step back like this, you can also step back with your queen and then you're winning the pawn. Yeah. I thought that pawn is untouchable, but I was so wrong. Okay. Let's take a look at this again. So f5, you were mentioning this variation, takes, and then rook d1. And let's find out where's the win then.
And if you go knight d2, we looked at, it was queen c6, not
Queen
good.
c6.
What about rook takes rook? Let's just simple chess.
Yeah, we saw this and it's just slightly better. So that's why I was thinking maybe there's a more accurate response to rook takes rook.
Okay. Okay, so not rook takes rook, then we have to go back to the drawing board. What else could we have? Rook d2. Aha, rook d2. Let's get everything with tempo.
Oh, there's queen a8 though. Are you sure? Queen a8 is there.
No. Yeah, there's problems there. See?
It's not that easy.
we try to find the win, and we find the win for the other side. Okay.
Maybe you don't need to challenge the d file and probably rook e8 because your intention is to play bishop f6. But yeah, naturally, I don't really like that type of move, but maybe.
So what have we? All the forcing moves. Knight to g5, we have a look at.
c4, you have your majority in the queen side anyway. Why don't we use it? c4 and then c3 comes.
And then pawn takes.
Pawn takes, pawn takes. Yeah, c3 is coming next move. I don't think you can stop it. Yeah, this knight is so strong.
And bishop d4, because...
Bishop d4. And maybe I can think about bishop f6 now. That's one move. What can be another move? Yeah, I think bishop f6.
And it's difficult.
Yeah, it's difficult position.
Mm-hmm.
The knight doesn't have a good square to run away on. If you protect it like this, ooh, g5 comes, and then you can say goodbye to this knight.
Maybe the queen.
Oh yeah, or maybe the queen.
It almost is like the queen was trapped. But okay, yeah. No, okay, so c4. It was quite funny because I was going to say c4, but then I thought the evaluation bar was going up so much that it should be a forcing move. But c4. Again, very instructive. Okay, so white really has to find an accurate move here to survive. And so you can't go trading off the rooks and finding solace in an endgame. So what is the move to hold on? So is c4. So say you made a random move. Say we went h4.
Yep. You just want to prove whether c4 is still a good move, yeah?
Yeah.
And it might not be the best, but it's still giving you some advantage.
Mm-hmm. Yes, c4 is such a miserable...
I think the reason why c4 was not the best is because in the other line that you showed us, in this position, after rook takes, and then rook d1, this bishop is going to be overloaded if you go to f6, because it has to also protect the d8 rook, so that if you play bishop f6, then you just simply take this, and then white has a tempo somehow to survive. But in this line, after f5 and let's say a random move like h4, since this bishop is not overloaded, this rook is protected by the other rook, I think we can move it to f6.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that pin is very, very unpleasant. Yeah, we looked at this, didn't we? Queen f4, we were looking at just sliding the rook over to e8. c4 still in the air.
Mm-hmm. So
it
what I
still
was
has
thinking,
to find the king.
Yeah,
Mhm.
what I was thinking to try to solve this is bishop f6 is coming, knight d2 might be coming. So what if we just step back with the knight to d3? I know it looks really bad, but if you play c4, let's say, and then I think you can just takes and then put the knight on f4, put the bishop on d4. Yeah, black is still having advantage, of course. It feels like black is having a pawn up, although materially speaking, it's still equal. But thanks to this pawn, it feels like it is just, a passer there. You can still hope, to keep the game going, but objectively speaking, of course, black is better in this position. So, yeah, because the knight on e5 is not very well placed. Bishop f6 is coming. How else can you try to survive this position?
Okay. I was thinking to maybe just go into overprotection mode, queen e2.
Queen e2.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. You say one thing, but you mean another thing, Yovi. Overprotected mode. Okay, don't tell me that you're actually aiming for this pawn.
No. I was actually not aiming for the pawn at all. I was protecting the bishop. I just
Okay.
wanted to protect the bishop, and I wanted to stop c4. The two things, and the only way I could see it was queen e2, and I also had enough of the knight coming to d2, so it was just a happy coincidence that attack the b5 pawn. I wasn't tricking you, Irene, I promise.
Yeah, I think I like this one as well. Yeah, this is yeah, I think you have to come to terms that you have to be in a defensive mode, and queen e2. I know chess players wouldn't like to play such a move, of course, but there are certain situations where you are required to do so. And I think, yeah, by playing queen e2, we're also solving another problem for this knight, because we concluded that this knight on e5 is a little bit awkward. It doesn't have a good square to go, and probably after queen e2, you're preserving
Oi.
this. Oi,
Irene, she didn't play. She didn't play queen e2. Knight d3.
Knight d3, and we saw that this actually what I said, right? Knight d3 could be, because in many of her defensive moves in a few games before, why this move crossed my mind is because it's literally what Zhongyi is always doing. Like, she always goes for this type of move where objectively it will worsening her position, but keeping the game alive. So yeah, knight d3 comes to mind just because once you see that there is a happy square for the knight on f4, a happy square for the bishop on d4, you just have to deal with one problem. So the problem is the passer or on the c file. So now it's up to Ju Wenjun. If she plays accurate chess, she's gonna be able to extend the lead. But if she's happy with a draw, she can easily get it in this position.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, she's for choice, really. I mean, knight d3 is very, very provoking because it encourages black to play c4. c4 and start advancing the pawns, because white's pawn majority isn't really working, and the white king is still unsafe. It's... By the way, was queen e2 the only move to survive? Hang on, let me just go back. Wow, Irene, queen e2, the only move to survive.
And I was just checking quickly here, Yovi. And as we analyzed this position or this variation before, after knight d3, I was naturally putting c4 right away. And turns out it's not the best move in the position, but it's the most natural move. The best move apparently is, if you feel very brave, it is b5. G5. But I don't think Ju Wenjun will play this type of move, because when you see c4 is enough, like it is keeping the advantage alive without taking any risk. I think you're just gonna play it. What do you think? Which one do you think Ju Wenjun will play, c4 or g5?
G5 is my kind of move. It's not Ju's kind of move. She's very hesitant to push pawns in that reckless manner. She doesn't have that wild streak in her. So instead, she will go for that stable advantage. And C4 gives her that. And I see the point. G5 is not to go G4. It's not even to go F4. But the whole point is just simply, hey, you're not going to get the F4 square for the knight. And it's takes nerves of steel, just to make that choice. Because
especially when you see this bishop, right? Yeah, it takes like a lot of bravery to play this G5 move, especially when you see the bishop on B2 is eyeing, and having a free diagonal for the time being. So yeah, I don't think she's gonna play it as well, but we'll see if she feels she's brave enough to continue this game in such a manner, like, okay, let's game on, let's fight, yeah, without so much technical battle, but more to a calculation battle, then she goes for G5. But otherwise, Sifu is enough to keeping the advantage alive.
Okay, so let's have a look at C4, right? And then let's compare that with G5. So the disadvantage is that after the trades, white posts up the knight to F4, attacks the queen. The queen will move to where to put her. She can go where she likes.
To white square, I guess. I don't mind putting it on the C6, even though it looks like it's pinned, but there's nothing you can do about that pin.
Yeah. There's a lot of happy moves now for white because C3 is being threatened, so you go bishop to D4. Just make sure that G5 is not come. See, G5 is the kind of move I'm always worried about, and you can see. I bet you the answer is G5 followed by G4, and probably see.
Yeah, and now this queen is a problem because this X-ray is bound to happen, right? So there's always some G5 in the air whenever black needs it. It can be now, it can be later. But yeah, the position is very, very comfortable for black. So this is the right way to play chess, right? Because in the beginning of the game, of course, black cannot hope anything but equality, because technically speaking, white is always in a slightly better position from the opening because white determines the direction of the game. And once you equalize the position, you just try to squeeze the water, squeeze the stone, squeeze some water out of the stone, right? And accumulate your advantage little by little. It might not be very apparent at that moment, but if you just keep accumulating those, eventually your opponent might crumble like this, and now it's decision time. You have to take action. You cannot just play all this useful looking move, but you have to play like a concrete chess, a straightforward chess. So now I'm really hoping G5 will come up on the board, but with the situation of the match, C4 is looking more likely.
Right, because let's face it, C4 also looked incredibly promising. Because if we go back to that C4 variation,
and I think
you don't see it. You don't have to take. Okay, let's do it without taking. So now knight goes to F4, attacking the queen.
And I still go here?
Queen. Yeah, you still go there, and you're still resuming the threat of G5, G4.
And also this one, C3.
Yes. And how does one defend against all of that?
Yeah.
I mean, you'd have a breakdown trying to defend all of those. It just doesn't work.
Yeah, that's a problem. Oof.
I mean, because your instinct is to put the bishop out somewhere. I mean,
D4 looks very nice, but I mean, out of principle, it is nice, but always principle can be defeated by concrete lines, and this G4 idea is very scary.
Like, I was also wondering whether you should trade off the rooks first.
We can try all sort of ideas now. Okay, let's trade the rook here. How do you take it?
Rook takes rook, and now rook
Bishop
d2
takes
is
rook
coming.
also, it's possible. I mean, like, why not? c3 is coming. It's just that if rook takes rook, I'm a bit worried about this pawn. Like, I can have the time right now to attack it, maybe? Like playing knight e2. Like that.
Yeah.
And then knight goes to d4, things like this. So that's why I feel like maybe just with the bishop, because you still would like to play this. But okay, rook takes rook looks more natural. We haven't really noted. Oh, g5 Jovi.
Yeah. Hats off to Ju Wenjun as she finds the best move. And just to kind of recap, because we never got to why c4 was so much inferior. And okay, so let's just understand. Maybe we can ask the advice of our silicon friend. Knight to
e1.
Knight to e1. What was the saving move?
She goes into a full defensive mode right now. So I just would like to notice, like, in the last 3 moves, after let's see, after rook a d8 in this position, the knight goes to c4, and the knight goes to e5, and now the knight goes to d3, and now the knight goes to e1. Actually, 4 moves. 4 moves made by the knight in this position, in a very crucial position, actually. So it's already a sign that white is not doing okay when you have to play one piece in this type of position, when it is very critical for you to bring all your pieces into action, and then you're only playing with your knight. So I think she will have a nightmare later about this variation a3. I think that's part of the reason why most people play knight c4 right away before playing e3, because you would like to get this knight into the central squares as soon as possible. One thing for sure, playing knight a3 is already violating the guidelines in the opening, but of course there are exceptions, and this line is of course an exception, but you have to follow suit with the right guideline in the opening itself. So I think she's really getting punished for her decision in the transition from opening to the middle game.
Yeah, and for those viewers just joining us now, we're actually referring to the position all the way back in move 10. So if we just highlight that, we're back on move 10, Tan actually played this move. The lesser kind of played e3, and everyone else, well, not everyone else, but it was much more popular to go knight a c4 with the intention of then playing e3 and mobilizing the rooks, and at the right time jumping into the center with knight to e5. So this is how the main path is in this particular variation, but Ju delayed this, went e3. And Irene, I just checked, the reason why c4 wasn't as accurate as Ju's 21st move, g5, is because of a knight move, ironically enough. There, it was very difficult, I would say, but pawn takes pawn, and after black recaptures, knight to f4, attacking the queen, queen c6, and here, well, white's position feels very, very dangerous, but knight e2, a nice prophylactic move, just saves the day, guards the c3 square and fends off the threat of g5. And then here, white would be worse, but defendable. Whereas in this position, let's go back to the game position, where, as you highlighted, the knight has been on a huge odyssey around the board, only to find itself on e1. Now, the thing is, I've got to say about this type of position, and the only thing that can give Tan hope, is that black doesn't have what we call a static advantage in this position. It's not like pawn up or anything like that. It just has better pieces. So if Tan can just survive every move, and not worsen her position, then she may be able to neutralize things. So still precision has to be taken.
Exactly. Yes, it's not over until you sign the score sheet. And let's investigate this position then, because G5 was a very good move. There was one exclamation mark there. And after knight E1, let's investigate how bad it is for white actually, and how black continue to play in this position.
Okay, so let's look at the forcing moves. We have G4. We
Okay.
have C4 as another pawn move. What else do we have? Knight D2, which I'm less of a fan of.
Yeah, because now the knight is already on E1, and somehow the light squares around the king has another protector or another guardian, so you don't have to attack the king any longer. And I think instead you just focus on your advantage here. I like your move G4. I think it's still keeping the advantage that much, because let's go for a suicidal move like Queen F4. Yeah, there is Bishop D6, and suddenly you found yourself in need of sacrificing your rook to save your queen from losing. So, and this should be like a losing position for white. So definitely after G4, the queen shouldn't move up to F4, and the only square for the queen to go is E2. And now this is your other advantage, but I'd like to aim towards the king first. I don't like to play a committal move like C4. It might be good. It might be good, but let's play a move like Queen C6. You know, I'm having this discovery, protecting B5, and probably I'm planning to play C4 in the next one. So, yeah, this is playable, but what else is there, Yovi? You were mentioning something else.
I was mentioning C4 as
C4, exactly.
as a contender, which I'm not
Mhm.
that. Well, the evaluation bar hasn't changed, but I'm not sure about this move because it does invite a trade of pawns and then bishop to D4. Okay, but okay, she just plays bishop to F6. Very stable move, you know. Okay, I know it's given a question mark by the engine, but there's a lot of point behind it that simply you just want to get rid of the potential danger to the king.
Yeah, it's very easy to understand why she did that, because she already took a risk by playing G5, and she wouldn't like to somehow getting any counter attack towards the king. And the only active piece here that white has is that bishop on B2. So once that bishop is traded off, then black is very comfortable. Black has majority attack on the queen side, and black has pretty much the activities for the pieces and the pawns. So I think for Ju Wenjun, she feels like, okay, this is enough of advantage and no risk to the position at all. There you go, bishop F6.
Yeah, bishop to F6. Well, there's some consequences to that move, and some of the possibilities of going G4 are no longer with us because the queen can step up to F4. Tan has a decision to make. Does she step back with the queen to E2? Which is something that I would be tempted to do, just to mobilize the queen. The queen stands badly on F3.
Yep.
Or would you make some... Oh, you can... That's a mistake. Sound the alarm.
It's not good. Yeah, I'm still trying to understand why it is a mistake. I mean, it should be a pretty normal move. Or maybe it's just, you just go through this type of endgame. Yeah, I'm a bit hesitant to trade this knight, but let's see. If I go here, yeah, I shouldn't, because this knight is very good. The knight is a very good knight, and I shouldn't trade it with this bishop. I was thinking to have this, but now I realize the queen can move back here. If anything, like queen c6 happens, yeah, this threat doesn't mean anything. So, all right, bishop f6, queen e2. How should black continue then?
Okay, there are a few moves that should be explored. Queen to c6, c4. Let's just continue with this whole plan of pushing the c-pawn. Although, hang on a second, there's some calculation needed because bishop takes bishop.
Yep.
In the air.
I think you could just simply capture the bishop and play c4, maybe. Just focus on your advantage like that.
Okay, yeah, let's play it simple. No need to reinvent the wheel. Yeah, c4.
Yeah, this knight is a bit sad, but maybe it will find its way out, like knight f3, then knight d4.
Yeah, you do allow c3 though.
Yeah, that's right. So maybe it's better to capture this one first. And now
we have bishop takes bishop.
We have bishop takes bishop. Okay. And queen takes bishop. Okay. Still slightly better for black in this position.
Well, we have some things happening here, and that is, what is white going to do about the queen coming in to b2, c3, c4 is still in the air?
Yeah, I'm also more concerned about the prospect of this knight as well. That's why I really like your move queen e2, because then at least I can put it on f3. Or is it now the time to do it? Like, is it? No, there's
no, because knight c3.
Knight c3 is there. Yeah. No, you don't take this with a check, so that's fine. Knight c3 is there.
Well, rook takes rook played. So Tan is going for mass simplification. I think that's an excellent strategy. You've got to stop rook d2 now. So you've got to go rook to d1 and just trade everything off as if your life depended on it.
I have a feeling this might go into a knight's endgame with this idea. Rook takes rook, queen takes rook, and then just stopping anything on this file, because it might be dangerous. If the queen penetrates back rank, it might be dangerous. So just play this position. It should be like slightly better because you have all your pawns ready to attack. And also, I mean, the c pawn is going to be a passer, and the next few moves by black, it's going to be very simple. All you have to do here is to activate your king to the center, because you can play this at any point later. You don't have to do it now. It is already given to you. So this is one alternative that I think the game may go to. Other than that, after rook d1, yeah. So rook takes d1 is already on the board. Wenjun is not playing without any risk if she played queen d6 in this position, and she goes for it. Yep.
Yeah, queen to d6, and I think you're right. We might be seeing that endgame with the knights, and knights are incredibly tricky pieces per se, but night endgames are even more tricky. You often can judge them almost like you judge king and pawn endgames. So you have to judge them on king activity, whether you can create a passed pawn or not, tempo, because knights can't lose time. So it's a decision to be made here for Tan. I suspect she might not go into that endgame, Irene. I think she might try to do things like queen to h5 and try and get her queen to be a nuisance.
But yeah, that's the question where this queen will go if I offer another trade, or even if I play a move like this, for example. I think you have almost very sure you have to give perpetual.
Yep. And let's also assume that Tan, she knows the danger she was in. You know, when we compare this to the positions after move 22, where her knight was in e1, with the pawns coming forward on g5, f5, c5, and b5. This is a dream position, you know. She's escaped with a draw. She's survived. The match is still only 3-2 in favor of Ju Wenjun.
Yeah.
I think everything is fine, you know.
Yeah,
she'll be
after
very-
queen d6, all the scenarios for black is very comfortable. Again, I'm saying this because of the match situation, right? The match situation is Ju Wenjun is leading by 1 point, and she's playing with black pieces right now. A draw is a good result for the day, especially they're going to have 2 rest days before the first day in Chongqing later. So any scenario with queenless endgame, or if the queens are still on the board, it's also very an enjoyable position for black to play. So if not queen h5, let's say you play queen e2, and you can keep offering this trade without any risk. If you want to play queen d2, it's also fine. So eventually, I think Tan here is forced to trade the queen one way or the other. So maybe it's better to just do it now, to just get rid of it, and then start playing with this position. Although, of course, in any scenario, black would still always be slightly better.
Yeah. But the thing is with knight and pawn endgames is that they are very difficult to assess. And if you go to that knight and pawn endgame, you're going to have to factor in. You might even have to go into concrete lines because, as you mentioned, the black king is racing forward to the center. White isn't very mobile with their pawn majority on the king side. Black's queen side majority is very, very mobile. Black's knight is better placed than white's knight. You have all these small factors which make it difficult to assess whether it's holdable or it's unpleasant or easily equal. So if you want to eliminate that, I think you think about, okay, in this position, if I keep the queens on, what are the chances of me getting perpetual? What are the chances of the c-pawn advancing? So you looked at queen e2. So say, for instance, you think about queen h5. Really, the only moves that you calculate are like moves like c4, right? Because you just have to think, what's the safe place for my king? And if this has a safe place, then you just factor in the most dangerous idea. And then you think, okay, can white generate some activity? How to do it?
Yeah, it's tough. I think
Yeah.
her base hope is just going to go to the next end game, because as you mentioned, night end games are tricky anyway. You just hope that you calculate better than your opponent. Yeah, it's hard to say. It might be defendable, depending on how Ju Wenjun is playing this position, whether she would like to be really pushing it, or whether she's happy to just maintain a very small advantage, keep the balance there, and see whoever going to make a fatal mistake first.
Yeah. What do you think, Irene? What would be your choice? Take the endgame, keep queens on.
I don't see how keeping the queens on the board is beneficial for white in this position, because again, like wherever the queen goes, after the move queen d2, you're almost very sure you have to give like perpetual or trade off the queens, in which scenario it's not really your liking. So
you think Tan will be playing for a win just because?
But how? It's just I just cannot see how she's gonna play for a win in this position. All I'm saying is you just turn off the queens. Or another thing to calculate, because okay, you have to have some understanding in this type of endgame, but also you have to calculate concrete lines, because we haven't checked a move like queen f3, for example. What's going to happen if queen f3? Because now at least queen d2 is not going to be the move, because you have queen f5. So this is one move probably to consider. But again, as I was saying before, if this was the scenario that might happen in a game, and Wenjun also keeps the queen alive, after queen d5, I don't see how white will continue the position. It's just a total domination with the queen on the board. As with the knight, you can actually try to jump around, and it is less trickier. That's what I'm saying. So yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I think you're right. It's a question of taste, right? Whether you're confident in your defensive skills in the knight endgame, or whether you feel that the queen and the white queen, is sufficiently able to cause enough disturbance that black will just enough disturbance to make a draw. Because ultimately, I do think that Tan is playing for the draw. She has a decision to make on the board, to trade queens or to keep them. And it's not an easy one to make that assessment, because either way, like you say, Irene, keeping the queens on, you run the risk that the black queen will dominate in the center. Black has this passed pawn on c5, and white may end up just floundering. Do you take your chances in the knight endgame, where objectively the plans are a little bit more straightforward? The white king can rush to the center. It's just a question of taste.
Yep. But I think trying to understand Tan's mind, probably she would go for your line Yovi with this queen h5. Because I just saw one mistake that I did in my analysis before. Like if I play queen h5, and then I was mentioning very quickly without any calculation there, queen d2 was there. But this pawn will be lost maybe. Or you have to move the knight back to f6, because if you just keep moving with the king, it doesn't matter where. Like let's say here, then you have to stop it like this maybe. And now there is no more attack to the f2 pawn, and yeah, white can be happy with this position. The knight moves around to e5 maybe, should be fine. And there you go, queen h5. Yeah, so she's keeping the game alive for sure. And now Ju Wenjun has to be precise then. Do not go to this line of mine, which is very risky, even though the eval bar says it's still equal, but it's quite risky. There's no reason for black to go to that position.
Yeah, well, it depends on Ju's mindset, right? Because queen d2 will, just as you say, it will finish in a draw. And the match will end in Shanghai. They'll continue in Chongqing, where Ju is a point ahead. If she's happy with that scenario, then queen d2 is absolutely fine. If she's like, you know what, I am slightly better, my queen is more active, I have all the trumps, the passed c-pawn, then she's going to be looking for other ways to play. So she will be first up, she'll be looking to neutralize the check of queen to e8, and then she'll be looking at ways to re-centralize the queen and then pushing. So this could be one finish to the game. King to g7, queen to e7, and then we just kind of repeat.
Yeah, although, I mean, if you would like to repeat, okay, this is actually the crossroad here, that if white would like to give perpetual, she shouldn't go to e6 because of knight f6. She should go to e8, and then you can still hope for the perpetual, because it doesn't matter where the king goes, you can always keep checking the king. But if the queen goes to e6, yeah, I think we should continue the line, because I stopped it a bit too early, because I thought that after knight f3 here, white is doing fine, but you can have queen d5, and then this is actually a very good move. In a way, you're pretty much trying to trade the queen by force, because if the queen moves away, for example, like this, you have g4 comes up, and the knight f3 will fall. So you're trading this queen by force, and then you see now the king is more forward. You don't really give any weaknesses to this position. So this is something that also Ju Wenjun can think about. But we have a move after queen h5, another very characteristic of Ju Wenjun. She played king g7, doesn't give any chance for her opponent to even think there's a perpetual.
Yeah, exactly. And well, Tan again needs to be precise because Ju's idea is simply to go queen to d5, centralize the queen, and then escort the c pawn to its promotion square. So the key in these kind of queen and pawn endings is good rule of thumb: centralize the queen, find a nice hiding place for your king, and then just promote your pawns. So that's the very simple 1, 2, 3. And now White has to fight against that. So I'm thinking, first up, White also has to mobilize the queen, perhaps place it on e8. Another idea is to do something with the knight, but I feel it's much more important to activate the queen. Queen e8, look at the b5 pawn, and
I wasn't even looking at this at all. I was just trying, okay, what sort of attack that black can do, especially this f2 pawn looks very tempting to attack on. And we can see from the gesture that Tan Zhongyi is about to play her move, and indeed it is queen e8.
Yeah, I also forgot that queen d2 is a huge threat in the position, so queen to e8 is a must. So, okay, so the happy move's been played.
Yeah, so now I actually like queen d2. It's just, active move. You're forcing your opponent. But of course, it's different story if what Ju Wenjun has in mind right now is actually to play a longer game, some technical battle in the endgame, because she might be thinking that she's in a better position, although the eval bar says it's equal, but it's very understandable if black thinks black is better, because just take a look at the activity of the pawns and knight on e4 compared to the knight on e1. So if I don't have any evaluation bar over here, I would also think that black should be at least slightly better.
Yeah, I mean, everything hinges on the fact whether the black king can find safety, because as you mentioned, black is better, right? Passed c pawn, active queen, better knight, white king is unsafe, and so many features here that make it very favorable for black. The only thing that white is banking on is this possibility of perpetual check with the queen. So now the big thing is how to consolidate the king. And
A6.
there you see a6.
Very safe move. Passing the turn to Tan Zhongyi. Hey, what are you going to do next? Okay, but I've been talking about how important is queen d2, and maybe now it's time for the knight to move up to f3 to stop d2 from happening, because I think if you play a move like g4, then the knight can just jump and suddenly f5 is weak.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yes, that's one move. I'm also wondering whether... Okay, so hang on a second. Can I just check? If I go knight d3, because you were discussing... I just wanted to make sure that say the black queen moves. Yeah, let's just put the... Yeah. So, okay, so let's go knight c2 just for a move. Okay, so then this is the thing I just wanted to establish. Like, is there a perpetual with queen d2? So after queen d2?
Yeah. Maybe not. Let's see. It is. Like what I said, you have to go back to e8. Like here, of course, if you go to the 8th rank, you just queen e8. If you go here, also still queen e8. You just don't give... I think queen e8, right? Yeah, you just don't give a chance for the knight to go to f6. And
right.
I think
and if the king goes to f6?
Yep. I think it should be a check here.
And
because whenever you cross the d line, then there is a queen here, and then probably just take. I think that's the fail-safe plan in case the king somehow escapes. So just to show you, like here, and then queen here, king here, and then walks into like this, and let's say king goes back here. I mean, if king goes back there, you can just keep checking. But even if the king goes here, I think you can just... Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Because when you go to a5, you cannot go to b4 because of this knight.
But no, but there's one thing that you can put your king. You can put your king on d5 and block it with a.
Then this might be very.
No, queen takes.
Oh, hang on. There might be a move here to. Oh, sorry, f5 is hanging.
Queen
What am I
takes
talking about?
f5. No, because I'm just trying to. Okay, so because I just wanted to establish that knight to d3 wasn't just giving away the knight, because sometimes you can do this in queen and pawn endgames. You can give up material in order to get your perpetual. So if we go back to the game position,
right?
I just wanted to rule out knight to d3.
So the difference is, if this happens, oh, yes, it is a draw still. Amazing. Even if you go knight d3, it's still a draw. Because of the same thing.
The same principle, right?
Yeah.
That you, and if king comes up to, if the king,
now it's because now the queen is not protected and it's losing. So basically the king cannot cross, unless you go here.
Exactly. So where's the draw here? You check from the diagonal.
I think so. This diagonal or this diagonal? Does it matter?
Queen. I think you go queen a. Yeah, does it? Queen a8 maybe. Yeah, stop the king getting to c6.
Yeah, queen a8, and then it's still a draw. And then if you go here, queen a8 again, then if you go back here, then queen f8 and all the checks on the back rank. So, but knight d3 is losing for one reason there.
Knight f6.
Knight f6, yeah, double attack. This one and this one. Yep.
Okay, but that's something that we can work on, right? This whole concept that we can give up material and that white has some checks on e7 and e8. Okay, so let's go back to the game position. We've got that little pattern in our memory banks. And so now I'm just thinking of ways to utilize this. So what to do? What can we do? h3, pass the move back. I established this pattern and yet there's nothing I can do with it. So okay, I will just put it in the pocket.
But yeah, I just like to note how clever Ju Wenjun is with this move a6. She knows that she doesn't really change anything in the position, and it's very hard for white to come up with an accurate move because black in this position can literally play anything and still is fine. But on the other hand, for white, it is very important that white doesn't make any slight mistake, otherwise the position will get worsened for her. So yeah, I like this h3. It's also passing the turn. I like this knight d3. If somehow Tan Zhongyi already comes to term that, okay, I'm happy with the draw, let's just play this move. Because it's giving the chance for this knight to somehow be active. Oh, no, not knight d3. Knight d3 is knight f6.
Knight d3 didn't work.
But knight f3. This is what I was trying to do. Yeah, knight f3. What else can be done here? Like, that's not much of waiting moves here.
No, but I was also reminded that wasn't I talking that Black's plan is to centralize the queen on d5? So what can White do to fight against that? I guess you've got a queen to e7 check, right? So if you make a move, random move, h3. Also, h3 has the point that I might want to play g4, just to kind of loosen things that little bit more on the king side.
Yep. Yeah, you're right, Yovi. Yeah, this can be actually useful. So it's not just a mere waiting move, but it can also be useful in the future. But I'm sure what Tan Zhongyi has in mind is definitely this knight. Like, it should be bothering her a lot. Like now maybe it's time for the knight to move, but maybe she's not sure yet. natural move is knight f3, but you see like how the bar. Oh, okay. She went for it. Yeah, but you see how the bar is not fully agree on this move. There is a slightly inaccuracy with knight f3 that is yet for me to find. Okay, knight f6 is quickly played by Ju Wenjun, and the queen doesn't
She wants
have.
to go queen d5. She wants to go queen d5, Irene, and set up that horrible, horrible pin.
So now the queen has to go to a8 then, because this is still an attack. Yeah, what's going to happen if queen a8 is on the board? Probably, actually, nothing much. You just play h6, another waiting move, but consolidating the pawn on g5.
Yeah. And also, you're asking the question, do you want to go into a knight endgame after queen to d5? Which we've established is tricky.
Yep.
Very
and
tricky.
the more you give it check, the more maybe it comes forward here. But I feel a bit nervous about having the king on g6. It looks like it's inviting all the idea to move knight e5 at some point, although it's not going to happen now. But it's just, it's just an idea. But probably nothing's going to happen. King g6 should be fine.
Can we also just consider the endgame, the knight endgame after queen to e5?
Oh, queen e5.
Queen e5.
Okay. Ooh, what's going? It's not good. But why?
Maybe.
Oh, maybe just queen c6. g4 is coming. We can give this pawn up because g4 is there. You only can give one check, but there you go. Nothing is. Yeah, nothing more happens, and then you win this one. But how good it is. Queen c6, and then you cannot do anything about g4. Even even h3 is still met by g4.
Yeah, that's why you don't go knight f3. You pin yourself. So anyway, we do have a move, queen a8, your move, which is definitely 1,000 times better. Just understanding that a pin was in the air. And h6, I love this move. Just start to control the white knight on f3. Look at that.
She's done it. Wow. If there is any quiz here, Yovi, on how to, like a predicting Wenjun's move, I think I'm going to win it.
This is one of the great things about doing commentary for a World Championship matches is that, having looked at the games so much, you begin to understand how they think. Like when we did Gukesh, it's like we began to understand that it was very heavy on the calculation. So we would look at the sharpest moves, the most forcing moves, things that just activated the queen. And with Ju Wenjun, it's like you can just look at the moves that improve the harmony of all the pieces. It's very rare that she goes all out for the win. She tries to avoid commitment, right? She had opportunity to go c4. She didn't do it. She was like, no. Let me neutralize the danger with bishop to f6 earlier on. And now she's got a great position as she starts to control the position and the play on the board. And we are going to go on a quick break before we get the fun that is the time trouble. So join you in a few minutes after the break.
What is Hikaru's all-time blitz rating on chess.com?
At some point, people were getting up to like 3,400, like Ali Reza. I'm gonna go like 3,409 because I think back in the day, everyone was like a bit higher rated, and Ali Reza and Hikaru were around the 3,400 range. I'm gonna go 3,409 just to shot in the dark.
It's 3,405, but really close. When was the first time Fabiano beat you in a classical game?
Okay, let's see. So there's 2011 Vaikonze. I did not lose that game. First time I lost to Fabiano classical game. Think so. It's not 9. Is it Reggio Emilia? That's an interesting question. This is probably wrong, but I'm gonna go with the 2014 Singfield Cup.
I actually think you're exactly correct on that one. Round 5.
Okay.
Which basketball team does Hikaru support?
I have no idea. Mavericks? Probably not. I don't know.
It's Chicago Bulls. How many candidates tournaments has Fabiano played?
Okay, so for Fabiano, it should be pretty easy. It should be 16, 18, 20, 22, 24. So it should be 5 candidates tournaments.
Hikaru published a book in 2009. What was the title?
It was something about bullet. It was like how to win bullet. I wouldn't remember the exact title. How to win at bullet chess.
Actually, pretty close. It's Bullet Chess 1 Minute to Mate. Has Fabiano ever represented a country besides the US? And if so, which one?
Yeah, so Fabiano represented Italy from about, like, I'm gonna guess, like somewhere around like 2001-ish to till I think 2014. Could be wrong, but about 12 or 13 years he represented the country of Italy.
What was Hikaru's peak FIDE rating?
Okay, was it over 2820? I'm like, for some reason the numbers that's jumping out is 2819. It could also be somewhere in the low 2820s. For some reason 2819 is like speaking to me. I'll go with my gut, say 2819.
2816, close. What was Fabiano's peak FIDE rating?
Okay, so Fabiano's peak FIDE rating, okay, so I believe that it was higher than Kasparov, if I'm not mistaken. Kasparov was 2851, so I think it was 2850. It's either 2853 or 2849. I think was he higher than Gary or not? For some reason in my mind, 53 doesn't sound right. 49 does. 2849, but I wouldn't be shocked if it's the other way around.
We have 2844.
Oh, it's 44, okay. Oh, it was that much lower than Gary, okay. Okay.
And we are back in Shanghai for the final time as it's Game 6 of the FIDE Women's World Championship. After this, the players will hot-foot it to Chongqing, which is Tan Zhongyi's home turf, and then we'll see how the players get on there. But for the time being, Ju Wenjun, she can count on the support of the home crowd. But in this position, it is Ju Wenjun trying to squeeze out a win. If she does that, she will finish this portion with +2, a significant lead. But for Tan Zhongyi, she is desperately trying to hold on. She's placed her queen in the corner, at least controlling this long diagonal. But for Ju Wenjun, the questions are there. Does she try to initiate a queen trade? Does she play for perhaps securing the king and eventually pushing the c-pawn? Decisions, and a lot of it will probably boil down to personal taste.
Right. Yeah, personal taste. Oh, this is something that sometimes I cannot afford in my game, Yovi, because most of the times I have to play what the position is required. There is no such thing, should I go this way? Should I go that way? No, there's only one way to continue. But here you are totally right. Wenjun has all the time and all the chances here to play according to what she wants. There are so many scenarios that can happen in this game. You can keep the queens alive on the board and then just keep pressuring the white's position. You can also, your fail-safe plan probably is to trade the queens off and then go for the knight's endgame. But I'm almost sure that Ju Wenjun here will keep the queen on the board as long as she can, and only trading it if she can see a substantial advantage by the trade-off. And we see a move h4. Oh my gosh, this is a typical mistake by Zhongyi. When she's under pressure, she cracked. And h4 here is not even a mistake. It's, how do you call this X?
Miss. It's a miss. It means that there was something better in the position and there has been a substantial change in the evaluation. So h4, well, it certainly changes the nature of the position because it does invite g4.
It does.
It
And
also,
this was the move that I've been eyeing some time ago, but I just don't like it due to the possibility of knight h4. But now h4 is already played by itself, so there is no knight h4 anymore. So after g4, the knight has to be satisfied of moving it backwards again. Like, how many times has this has this knight moved? Knight has, I don't know where to go. Can you suggest a move here? Maybe knight g1, knight h2, or knight e1, and three of them look equally bad to me.
I think I would grit my teeth and head for the g1 square, because at least then, if you get it to e2, oh, well, okay. Well, the plan was if you got it to e2, you could at least eyeball the f4 square. But I can see there's probably something happening in a knight endgame, Irene. I'm very concerned there. The white king is not able to transfer over. Or is it just...
No, I think there's one particular reason why this is just winning, because I'm eyeing off this spot, Yovi. This could be the hiding spot for the king. And like, I don't care about my pawns, so let's try to demonstrate it now. Maybe I'm wrong, but let's go for the fun, all right? So let's go queen d2. The fun is over after the equal bar goes up again. What I was trying to play is something like this. If you take this pawn, and I'll go knight here, and probably there is actually a perpetual back there, maybe, like with all this type of checks. Because I was I cannot go to h5 because of this square like this, and then you actually just self-made due to queen e8. So the king has to go back and forth, and it would be a perpetual. All right, so being too ambitious like what I did is totally wrong in this position, but we can take a look again after g4, because this type of move I would play it 90% of the time. This move g4, like automatic move. So your move knight g1, what's so bad about it? Let's investigate it.
Well, you always have to calculate first up those aggressive moves like knight e4, queen to d2, also the ones that change the nature of the position. So we do have to kind of consider, is queen to d5 quite simply a winning knight and pawn endgame? Because if you win material, there you go. And then you can see knight takes, and I thought knight e2 would save the day, but apparently you can just go, you go knight b4. It's so simple, Irene. Knight b4, and then after, oh no, not that simple.
Not that simple yet, Yuvi. No. But that's okay. That's okay, because now the knight is pretty much limited. You cannot really move it, and when you move it, you have to move it to c1, because otherwise this pawn is lost. So I know it's a little bit. It's just a calculation is needed right now, whether it is c4, or sometimes in this position you can even play b4 because you would like to put the knight on c3. I think those are at least the two options that you have, but of course calculation is needed. Naturally, I would like to get a passer, so probably c4 is a move, but we have to calculate like c4. Let's just put it on the board. What I don't like is somehow the knight is active, and in this position maybe now is the time. And after c4 goes here, like here, and then probably, oh, you can go here, I guess. like this and then just stop it in time. So I don't like it. But okay, Wenjun just played g4, and Tan Zhongyi will answer our question: where will this knight move?
Where will it go? Indeed, that is the issue. And she
Queen
throws in a
b7.
check.
She gives a check first. That is tricky. What does she want? So probably if king goes to g6, this is what she intended to do. Very tricky, Yovi. See? She's still very tricky. And Wenjun just, she said, okay, I'm enough with all your tricks. Let's just strip the queens so that no such tricks anymore. Because, okay, let's put it on the board again. This is very tricky, Yovi. You might think that the king is safe regardless where it goes, but no, that's not the reason with king g6, because you actually lose on the spot. After h5, if you take it with the king, it's a mate on f7. And let's see it another way. If you take it with the knight, then this knight, we were wondering where it's going to go, but it found a very good spot on h4. And now this king can only go to f6 and g5. And in either scenario, I think this queen will come to h7, attacking this, attacking this, attacking this. You have one check though, but it doesn't mean anything because you have this hiding spot on h2. Wow, still very tricky until that moment.
Yeah, definitely a nice tactical shot, but unfortunately, Ju is just simply able to swat it away with strategy. She trades off queens. She gets that knight endgame that she's been wanting for such a long time. And then the consequences of going h4 are very much apparent. I understand it now. The reason why it's much better for black, probably even winning, is because white is no longer able to create a passed pawn on the king side anymore. With the pawn on h2, you can challenge it with h3 and you can do some kind of breakthrough on that side. h4, the pawn structure is determined. And so now if the knight just drops back to wherever, the black king is ready to centralize itself. And the black knight is able to get mobile and nothing to be done about the king side. No compensation there. And Tan is in huge trouble.
Yep. The reason why the other version of the knight endgame is better for white, I mean, not better as in the general evaluation of the position, but better in the sense that the eval bar is still, it's fine. It's just slightly better for black. And now it's definitely much better for black. I think it's because of the pawns here. So in the other version of the knight endgame, white can try to use her majority of pawn structure in the king side to have some breakthrough, like anything, just attacking or maybe changing one of the pawns or something like that. But with this inclusion of h4, g4, this type of idea is getting more difficult for white to achieve. So that's why it's giving more advantage in black's position, because now black doesn't have to think about any counter attack around the king side with all these exchanging pawns, but now black can actually focus on her idea of advancing the king, advancing the knight, and also making one of the pawns in the queen side a pass pawn.
Yeah, and well, that's the plan for Ju. Is there any good defense for Tan? Because otherwise, Tan is just looking at going 2 points down in the match. And that is a tough mountain to climb. So where to put the knight on f3? So you gotta get it to a good circuit is what I wanted to say. Knight e1, knight g1.
I think it has to be d2 because there is a very easy route for the king to enter the white's position, like here. So okay, you cannot stop the king from entering the 5th rank. So all you have to do is to anticipate the king entering the 4th rank. And if you put the knight on e1, how are you going to stop it? If you go here,
Okay.
then the king can still go here and here and here. So, but we have a move, and it's knight d2. It's a mistake though.
Oh, okay. So what was the best square for the knight? Knight e1.
Knight
apparently.
e1 maybe. Yeah.
And
But
then
I
king
just
f1.
king f1, king e2, maybe like that. Yeah. So okay, let's put king f6, king f1, king e5, king e2. Yeah. Even though you can do this, what's next then?
Really good.
Yeah,
Irene, let's not beat around the bush. This is looking fantastic for black. So maybe it just might be the lesser of two evils for computers. But I think knight d2 on a human level makes the most sense. Prevent a king from getting to e4 and try to set up a blockade.
That's true. It's going to be very hard though, setting up a blockade like this. Black has so many space advantage. The knight can do any maneuver it likes. And we haven't started yet with pushing one of these pawns. I mean, it also, very, very dangerous plan that black has in his position. But knight d2 is on the board. Naturally, I would just go with my king. But maybe we can push it with the knight, like maybe making the knight more active first, and after that the king. So let's say I play knight e5. You cannot play this position without your king, so you have to activate it. But then I can go knight here, and then get this pawn from moving. This doesn't look good actually. Or knight here even.
Knight c1. Let's just win it. Indulge my greed.
That's a check. Gosh, of course. That's a check. Yeah. But if not king e2, knight c1 is also coming, or king f6, king e5. If you are lazy to calculate, I mean, these two moves should be a good move.
Yeah, this looks wonderful, Irene. Okay, so what happens if you go F? I'm struggling here. So either you're going to go A4, try and initiate some trades, although maybe C4 is going to be... No, C4, Irene.
Breakthrough. That's one of the best pawn endgame theme, yeah? The breakthrough. Yeah. If you take this one, I take the other one. If you take this one, I take the other one again. Yeah.
And it's so difficult for knights to defend against rook pawns. So, okay, let's take that one back and let's try f3.
f3.
Yeah.
But now I take this, and when I play knight c1, one of these pawns will fall.
It's true. Okay, what happens if you go f3? Let's go instead of king f1. Your idea of going knight to e4.
If f3 now, then I'll be happy to... Wait, can I go to the pawn endgame? Is it winning in the pawn endgame? Let's see. Take this. Yeah, it should be winning still, because this pawn will always come at the perfect time. So let's move the king first.
And now...
If you play e4, then just king e5 maybe. Ooh, I'm right.
No, I think
I'm not right.
I was going to say you can play A4, H5.
Or C4. C4 takes F5, king takes, or maybe H5 also, right? Yeah, I like your H5 move.
What's wrong with H5? Just restrain.
Yep. Yeah, just restrain. Yeah, this is a good move. Maybe king here, then you have to takes. Or probably you don't have to take UV. Amazing.
No, you can now start after C4.
But you have to be precise, yeah? You have to calculate everything like this, yeah. And in which case, in this position, I don't think that's the direction that Ju Wenjun would like to go, because she's very happy. She can play in any style, but suddenly she has to be accurate not to fall into a drawing line. So probably after f3 here, you don't have to do anything. Maybe just play h5 right away. Or if you want, then maybe play some knight move Like you don't have, what I meant is you don't have to respond to this. You can play any sort of improving move, like with the king maybe.
Yeah. Do you know what I really like about your knight posting up to d3? Is that you can just hunt down the pawn on a2. Okay, here there's compensation because I just wanted to point out this pattern as well. The knight coming to d3, you can go b4 as black and then knight c1. But what the reason why you can't do this immediately is just because after f takes g4, the white knight can post to the center. Oh no.
I think there's something here. Like maybe you shouldn't take it back. And maybe playing with a pawn down, it's still fine for you as long as this knight is not active. But yeah, no human will play that, I guess. I think they will automatically recapture on g4.
Yeah.
Yeah, why not? Just f takes g4. Like, why not? This is fine.
Yeah.
This is fine. Yeah,
Okay.
so still, knight d2 is still on the board. And how many moves have they made? 34 moves.
34.
So it's 7 more moves for Ju Wenjun and 6 more moves for Tan Zhongyi. 16. Okay, they're not in time trouble. They have enough time to go to the 40th move without any problem.
And king steps up to f6.
Very
Also good
principled.
enough. Many roads lead to Rome. I liked your knight e5, knight to d3, but this one is nice. And for Tan, she has to take decisions. Is she going to go f3, e4, trying to unbalance things that way? Or is she just simply going to wait and rely on having a blockade? It's very, very difficult to judge that, actually, because when you try to go down the blockade route, you have to visualize like 30 moves in the future. You have to say, well, can black break through in this point? Can black make any inroads via, say, for instance, a5 or a4? Can they go c4, b4? Is the knight going to get into c3? You have to really visualize that you have a response to every single one of those plans. So I suspect that Tan might not choose the king f1, king e2, hold on for dear life, but may try to initiate complications such as after f3, e4, activate the knight.
Yeah. I think that's something you have to do. Yeah, you have to react to it. You cannot just keep waiting because black's plan is clear. Black's plan is just you want to activate the king and you put your knight on d7 into somewhere that is more profitable. And yeah, keeping this idea in the bank with c5, c4, or probably a6, a5 first. Yeah, everything looks very comfortable.
So shall we have a look at what happens if white tries to just grimly hold on with king f1, king e2?
Okay, so let's go king f1. Having the king here, I assume it's gonna go to the center.
King e2.
King e2, I'll put the king on d5 and give this square for the knight.
And you see the problem here is like, I cannot pass with the knight. If you had a bishop, you could put it on, c3 and you could wait and make these kind of empty moves. The knight, you have to kind of step back. You have to go like knight b1.
Knight b1.
Yeah, well, I was running out of moves. King to d3 was met by a knight check.
I was thinking of playing c4 here. If you play knight c3, then just king c5. Yeah, I mean, precision is still needed. Or should I just allow knight to go to c3? And then what should I do here? Like maybe knight e5, knight c3, king c6, and then start pushing this pawn. I think it should be also doable, but I have to watch out about your e4.
Can you, for instance, just go b4? Just
And then, yeah, I think so. I think you can do it as well.
and
And
then
then if the
knight
knight moves
e5.
here and knight e5, and then when you play here, you can even think of sacrificing this pawn, or if not, you just play c4 and trade on c4. Yeah, this is also pretty clear. No e4, no f3, no king d3. And next move is just c4.
There is an e4. Thank you. White can play e4. Thank you very much.
And then king e3, isn't it?
King
I
e3.
see.
There you go.
Okay, I have to be sneaky about it. Let's play c4 then.
Yeah, that's the problem, is that you don't really get that far. Yeah, this is lost. You can't take on c4.
And if you take e4, then we have a protected pass pawn. It's enough. Yeah. Now you always have to watch out this pawn, and then in the meantime, black can direct its attention to the king side and then start collecting all the pawns maybe. And if you take this, then it's a lost pawn endgame. Takes. Okay, which way is the easiest way to win? I think just go here. And just takes like this, and then just a5. And then you grab this pawn and then start pushing it. Okay. Yeah, tough endgame.
Yeah, ultimately this is lost. And if Ju plays perfectly, she will win this one. So Tan has to find the path of most resistance. What else could you play? f4? Let's try that one. At least
f4?
Then, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, this might be the best practical choice here for Zhongyi. Because also I think you're planning to play e4 next move if I don't end pass on it.
Mm-hmm. Yes, you gotta en passant.
Yeah, I think, okay, let's listen pass on it. How do you take it back? Oof,
so this
you
is
see?
the thing. Like, yeah, king takes f3.
King takes here, and I'll give it a check.
It's my vibe. And then the king steps up to
e2
f4.
maybe.
Oh yeah, okay, e2.
Just stop this. Yep. Yeah, there's no reason to help the king to be active in this position. So maybe let's just ignore this en passant. And probably, okay, I don't like this e4. But can I do something about it?
Well, maybe you just get on with your plan, right? It's not the worst thing in the world to have happen. So maybe you just carry on king e6, allow e4. And we focus on pushing through c4. So can you take the pawn first up?
Oh yeah, yes, you can. It's funny that after king d5, the knight has to go back. The knight cannot really attack anything. Okay, you have this one move, but then I think you can just simply stop it with h5 or even with knight f6. And this knight, this king is more active. You just, accompanying the pawn to the promotional square. So yeah, this can be the solution then.
Yeah, so we haven't seen too many nice choices for Tan. We tried king f1. We didn't like. That felt too passive and the move's too easy for Ju. We've tried f4, which, as we saw, posed some problems. It gave black a chance to go wrong with en passant, the streamer's move. And we've also looked at a4, which doesn't work because of moves like c4. f3. What about f3? Does that kind of force black to solve something?
I'll keep moving up with the king, I guess.
Now king f2.
All right. I like this idea, putting the knight on f6, or maybe king here and then knight e5. Which one is better? Let me think. Okay, king d5 maybe.
Could you?
Not the best
Can we
move.
just control everything? I was just wondering whether we can control play in the style of Ju. Ju will not want to allow squares.
She goes for
Okay, we have a
f4.
move. F4.
We have f4 on the board.
Okay. And okay, given a question mark, not the best defense, but probably the best as we saw is f3. Still some trickiness there. But f4, there is a pitfall for Ju. She mustn't capture on f3, helping the white king into the game. If she just continues with king e6, king d5, then she will stand. Ju will just be winning.
Right.
But
yeah.
G takes f3, mistake.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the whole reason why f3 was better than f4, because by playing f3 you're challenging this pawn, but now it's the same scenario like yesterday as well. The c5 pawn was not challenged, and then she goes for b5, and since that pawn was not challenged, Ju Wenjun could play the game in the other side of the board. And here the same thing, f4 is there. It's not a forcing move for black to give an pass on, and in fact black should just ignore this and then just focusing on this plan, advancing the king, improving the knight, and then make a pass pawn. And this is exactly what Ju Wenjun is doing. She just played king e6.
Yeah, and this is the thing. I feel like Tan is tactically so sharp. She spots all these dirty little tricks. She spots these very mischievous ideas, but somehow they don't have any good strategy behind them. So Ju just repels them with, as we saw earlier on with the queen trade. Now f4 was very good in the sense that there was a trick. But
and e4, okay.
E4.
We saw this variation before, right? After e4, we agreed to take this, and then after knight takes, keep coming in with your king to d5, and the knight has to withdraw back to the second rank. So will Wenjun play this?
Yes, I think she will. There you go.
Yes.
King comes in, and Ju well on her way to getting a second victory. King now steps up, and it was just like you mentioned, the black king is completely unchallenged. I mean, if white could pick up their king and put it on e3, it would be a different ball game entirely. But no, the white king is far away on g2, and as you mentioned, the knight has to step back. f2.
Yeah. It's
d2.
very important with this play, like this variation, that the knight doesn't have any activity attacking any of your pawns. And okay, the knight can step back to f2, but it's very temporary because you're attacking the g4 pawn, but you can easily protect it by playing h5. And after that, you can refocus yourself again on making a pass pawn. Yeah. So now the knight has only how many moves? c3, d2, f2. Only these three moves. And I don't see a point of playing knight c3 because it's just inviting the king to just keep coming in. Knight d2 maybe, but I guess it is knight f2.
Yeah, knight f2. Knight f2 attacking the g4 pawn, but it does, of course, allow black just to comfortably defend it, and then again improve the king and start escorting the c pawn to its promotion square. And Tan finds herself in a lost position and staring down at a 2-point disadvantage against her compatriot, reigning champion Ju Wenjun.
Yeah, that's a very tough situation in a match. And okay, we have a move. Knight f2 is on the board. I think Wenjun will immediately play h5 there. Or she's going to take some time also to think the possibility of knight f6. But I don't think it is the task for the knight to protect the pawn. So that's why I'm pretty much into, or maybe actually that's also fine. I don't know. Both should be winnable.
Yeah, I think it's both of them as good as each other, Irene. H5 makes a lot of sense. Knight f6, improving the knight, getting ready to play h5, swing the knight into e4 at the right time, c4 coming, king d4 coming. I mean, in that they weren't in chronological order, by the way. But step one, defend the g4 pawn. Either move is good. Advance the king, start pushing the c pawn.
Right. And this is why, for the folks out there watching from home, this is why in the end game, it's a very basic principle to activate your king. I know if Tan Zhongyi had the chance to do so, she would have done it. But again, you're playing always with your own idea and against your opponent's idea. And whoever plays the moves and doing those two intentions at the same time, she is going to be the better player. So, and in this position, yeah, unfortunately for Tan Zhongyi, she had a very big inaccuracy, especially about the knight on a3. And on the other hand, Ju Wenjun was also playing really well. So that's why we got into this type of position in the end game where almost any possible moves for black here, it's winning.
Yes, and tell you one thing, Irene. These last two games have felt like they have played to Ju's strengths. She's fantastic at technique. She's great at strategy. She likes to just deploy the pieces and doesn't like to make those committal moves. And Tan hasn't forced her to go out of that comfort zone. So what we should expect in Chongqing, first up, Tan will be on home territory. She'll be able to perhaps feel the support of the home cheering her on. But the team do need to shake things up just to make sure that Ju is no longer playing this type of chess where she is just simply excellent. You know, this position is a masterclass on how Ju plays. She takes control, she positions the pieces well, she stabilizes them, she slowly comes forward, she trades everything into a fantastic knight endgame, and then she just wins. Dream game.
Right. I was just trying to find out what is the best Chongqing cuisine. The first in my search is the hot pot, the Chongqing hot pot. And it's almost the same thing like what we had together in Singapore, Yovi, after game 6 that night, that we went for a hot pot, although it's not Chongqing hot pot, but it's similar like that. So yeah, now I'm thinking about it. It's making me hungry.
You know, Chongqing is actually a fantastic place. So it's a mega city. So it means it's absolutely huge, one of the biggest cities. But it's also known for its different levels and its steampunk vibe. And it also has fantastically spicy cuisine. So I perhaps, you know, if you're used to spicy food, I can understand why Tan was dissatisfied with bland food. Okay, knight to f6.
Knight f6, yes. So I think she goes for this precaution move as well, because I think Wenjun is thinking of activating the knight so that it's a total restriction to this knight on f2. It cannot go to e4. It cannot take. It cannot go to h3. Soon it cannot go to d3 because the king is going to d4, and the only way it can go is to d1. And just how perfectly placed this knight is, it's protecting the e4 and g4 and stopping this pawn from moving advance. And we have a move again. It's king f1. So now when white is bringing the king, it's time to also for Wenjun to bring her king to d4. King e2 is there. Now it's another crossroad whether you would like to go for these pawns or you just move it here to c4.
Yeah, well, you do have to anticipate white's potential counterplay, and the only chance I ever see for white is if white is able to step up with the king to e3 and then jump in with the knight to e4, because there is a protected passed pawn on f4. That's it. I don't see any other form of play for white.
So after king e2 here, what would you play? King c3, c4, or something else?
Well, king c3 would be the first move I calculate, because it's what you want, right? You want to run in with the king to b2 and start munching those pawns. But okay, king e3.
Yeah, let's investigate this position. King c3, king e3. This is something that you have to calculate. And let's keep going deeper. But apparently this is a mistake because, yeah, you might have... Oh, no. There's knight d4. Sorry, knight d3 and then c5 is hanging. So first of all, you have to watch out on that position. So I would say that... I don't know. I'd like to move this pawn first just to see how this king is going, and then just, moving them closer to the promotional square first. But I think king c3 is also fine. You have to be precise though on how to continue this.
There's a margin for error. Can we... Yeah, because here you have to anticipate knight e4. But can we also look at c4? Okay, so she just goes h5. Makes a lot of sense. Again, improves everything to the max.
Yep, I think what she is trying to do is now to improve the knight, and the reason why h5 should be played because now the knight can move. Before, the knight is stuck guarding the pawn on g4. So now the knight can go to d5. Yeah, it should be one of the ideas. So after that, the knight can go to c3 or b4, or even this type of maneuver, putting the knight on f5 in the end. And you have... This is what I like about chess as well. And we learn about this principle, about the second weakness, right? It's not necessarily a weakness, but it's more like advantage. So for black in this position, black already has an advantage in this side of the board, the queen side, because you have one extra pawn that potentially can be a pass pawn. But on the other hand, you can also take your time and create another weakness to your opponent. This is already white's weakness, white's first weakness, and this can potentially be white's second weakness. So if you somehow can maneuver your knight, probably, I don't know, maybe through this route, going e3 and then f5, just imagine to have your knight on f5, and white's attention has also be divided to guard the pawn on g3 and guard the pawn on a2, or also stopping the promotion of this c pawn. So there's so many things to juggle for white in this position. And I just like how Ju Wenjun approached this position, because she plays a very calm chess. We thought it has to be whether it's king c3 or a5 or anything, but yeah, I forgot about the other side of the board, Yovi. Now after she moved h5, everything making so much sense.
Yeah, it's beautifully simple, right? As you mentioned, all black needs to do is relocate the knight to f5. The white knight is forced to be even more passive than it actually is. And then the c pawn can run. And the worst thing about this is that white cannot pass the move. You have to either, shuffle the king, king d2, king e2. You have to give ground at some point. And white can't even wait with pawns. And you can just see the emotion there on Tan's face as she knows that she is going to lose this game. You feel for her, Irene, right? These last two games have really been a nightmare. They have not gone anywhere close to plan. They've not even been close, I would say. It's just been one-way traffic from Ju.
Yeah, yeah. I was really hoping and expecting that today Tan was going to play with white pieces, and she had two good whites before. The games were just impressive, and I was hoping that was going to be the case today. But turns out, yeah, I think there's a slight inaccuracy in her opening choice, maybe because it's not really testing your opponent a lot. Like even if you're not very well prepared, for a player like Ju Wenjun, she could easily get away with her calculation.
Yeah, to me, it seems like she hasn't quite shaken off what happened in Game 4. Game 4, she had multiple ways to get what was objectively a winning position, and she kept making quick decisions and spoiling the advantage. And that game ended in a draw, and somehow Game 5 yesterday, it was Ju's strength, you know. She just tried to rush the play. She didn't challenge Ju. And today, as you mentioned, it was just an inaccuracy in the opening. She got herself into a difficult position, and Ju was in her element. This is what makes Ju the world champion. She has experience. She has control of the nerves. She knows exactly what needs to be done. And Ju is come to that moment where you know that the point is in the bag. There's normally, when you play chess, you can never relax until you get to this point where you're like, I have it. There's nothing to be done. Look at her, Irene. There's a smile there that we seldom see.
Yeah, chess players also tend to be drowned in their own thoughts. Yeah, I mean, one can wonder what she's thinking right now. Yeah, and also it's heartbreaking. It's always like this. Whenever we're commentating a match or a game, and whenever there is one side that's totally winning and the other side making all this facial expression, that's also showing us that how sad she or he is, and you know, like, yeah, it's heartbreaking as a commentator to see something like this too.
Yeah, because it's not just about the game itself. It's also about the hopes, dreams. Tan, she's been on quite the journey. 2017, she became Women's World Champion. She lost it in a match against Ju in 2018. And since then, she's been steadily making her mark in the chess world. And she came third in the Grand Swiss. That's how she got her place in the candidates. And there you can see some of her incredible achievements. And it's come to this moment where she wants to regain that title. And then she finds herself fighting. And then the last two games, everything goes wrong. And it's very unfortunate for her. But we do have a move on the board. And A4 is just a last hope.
Yep, A4 is on the board. Okay, let's analyze this position a little bit, because I'm almost sure that whatever you do with this position, you're still pretty much in total control. Like either you take this pawn, or if you move it, or even if you also push this pawn, or even if you play knight d5, all of these moves should be pretty much into black's favor. Which one would you like to look at first, Yovi?
Okay, let's go for C4.
Let's go for C4.
I think
I
as a commentator, we have to go for the direct one, right?
Yep. Let's do it. Okay. Okay. How to defend this?
I like the crack of the neck, boxer style. Coming at you. Yeah.
Okay. I'll take this pawn. Looks so bad, but let's just take it.
Okay. Well. The first one I need to think about is can I just take the pawn on b3? Have I messed things up if you do that?
I don't like giving any counter chances. Like there's
No,
no
neither
need
do
to do
I.
that. Yeah.
I
So
agree with you.
maybe just take b5 so you don't have
Okay.
to think about all of these ideas. Taking or not taking, I don't think it makes any difference. So
Okay.
let's just take. And how do you take it back, with
Let's
the
take
king or with the
again.
pawn?
I like the fact that the king on d4 controls all the squares. So let's take with the pawn.
Okay, that's
I don't
good.
want to be allowing the white king up to e3. And then I will basically play it in the way that Ju has highlighted. You move the knight, I will jump into e4.
Oof.
You move the king, I will reroute my knight to f5, and I will force you to defend that pawn on g3 with a knight on h1. I don't even... So, okay, so let's just keep it at a standstill. And what else? Knight to... Okay, I can see something. So say, for instance, you go knight to e8.
Knight e8. Why not d5?
Yeah, then you go f5.
Ah, okay.
That could be...
No, my intention is, why don't you just play knight d5? You're controlling everything so that whenever f5 happens, you can just move back with the king.
Yeah, even better.
Yeah, always
There you
going
go.
forward, UV, going forward.
Yeah, sometimes the sophisticated moves are the backward moves, but I agree. Because if you go back to knight e8, that's just way too sophisticated. f5 and, you lose control of the squares. f5, and I guess now you just go knight f6 and you go back. And then you go knight d5.
Yeah, and then you go
Yeah.
king here, which is fine too in the end.
Yeah.
Right. So this is one move. Let's see another idea. Can we just take this one, and then push it? It's probably the same. Yeah, I don't know. With this extra pawn on the other side, should it make any difference or?
Well, you kind of feel like white feels like they've got even less chance. Because there's just, again, it's the same plan.
Also, another
Knight
plan, UV,
d5.
that I really like is sometimes I don't like to react to my opponent's idea, but instead I'll just focus on my idea. So a move like knight d5 here is what I'm going to play if I were black.
Okay, then I would play a5. And
sorry, which one? A5 or f5?
A5, yeah, a5.
A5. Okay, my intention was to put the knight over here, so I can do so by doing this.
Okay. Then knight to d3.
And knight f5.
And everything comes with check. It's so not fair. It's because I was thinking b4 might be just a little bit tricky. It's not good, but tricky. No. This is really not good at all.
Right. And one thing to note as well, a4 is 41st move, so players already entered the second time control, and they have bonus time, 30 minutes on the clock.
Yeah. Yeah, so Ju, she has plenty of time in the world. 41. It's just to kind of just collect the emotions, calm the emotions, and just simply play the plan. As we saw, she can go c4, she can make those trades. really anything wins, right? And I can see anything wins.
That's very true. Yep. You can react to this A4. You can also not reacting. You can come up with your own plan because all of these ideas are just, and not to mention that she also has another 30 minutes on the clock to calculate everything. So she's in a very, very comfortable situation.
And definitely. And in this comfortable situation where Ju Wenjun is thinking, well, we have this week's Community Freestyle Friday. It's a very cool event. Every Friday, this event is open to everyone to compete in a Chess 960 style arena and win Diamond membership on chess.com. Starting at 1:30 p.m. Eastern Time, try your hand at the unpredictable variant that has the chess world talking. Use !CommunityFF in chat or visit go.chess.com/communityFF for more information. And whilst we're waiting for Ju Wenjun to execute her winning plan, we are going to take a short break, and when we come back, we'll be there to capture those moments.
We have some ChatGPT questions for you.
You've risen quickly through the ranks of elite chess. What do you think has been the key to your rapid improvement? I think it's just that I love what I'm doing, and I spend most of my time with chess, and I'm mostly curious about chess, and I try to learn something every day. So I think that is the key to my improvement and in general. What role does mental resilience play in your success, and how do you stay mentally strong during long and exhausting games? Yeah, for sure. Any sport or any field in life, I think being mentally tough is quite important these days. And for sure, I've had a lot of tough moments, like a really long game that I've lost, and I had to play a next game against a very strong opponent. Like a lot of these situations, and I think being able to let go and just focus on what's important at the moment is quite important. And staying strong in long games, I'm generally able to outplay my opponents the longer the games go. And I think being physically and mentally strong, being able to focus for long periods of time is quite important. How much time do you typically dedicate to opening preparation versus middle game tactics and endgames? I think at this level, it's most of the time is dedicated to openings, but as I'm still young and evolving, I do spend quite some time with middle game, analyzing my games, etc., and studying endgames as well. But yeah, I think most of the time, by a large margin, is spent on opening preparation. If you could compete in a tournament against any historical chess player, who would it be and why? I've always wanted to compete against Fischer, because I consider him the greatest genius of chess has ever seen, and I think it would be it's an experience. It's just I think very special for any chess player, and Fischer has played. I think the stories and the games I've seen of him, I've heard about him, have really impacted me a lot. So yeah, it'd be Fischer.
And we are back with Game 6, the final game in Shanghai, before the match moves over to Tan Zhongyi's home ground, that is Chongqing. And Ju Wenjun, she is in the think tank as she is contemplating which winning plan to take, which one of them will eliminate all risk. But one thing for sure is that she is smiling, happy. There's virtually no chance for her to lose this position. And in fact, looking at the game position, if you can bring it up, Irene, I can't see I can only find one move that spoils the advantage for white, for black, and that is to go knight to e4. You do not want to be trading off knights.
I see. Yes, because when you are walking into opponent game, okay, disclaimer, this is just something that we find that it's gonna be just a draw, and black should not be having the advantage anymore, is to play knight e4, because then you just simply takes this and takes everything, and you just focus your attention to this side of the board, while the king has to always keep an eye off this pawn, because this pawn is a passer. So yeah, this is something that Ju Wenjun should not do. And we've seen before the break a few alternatives for black, which is, I mean, they're all very good. They're all equally good. You can play knight d5, you can play c4, you can even play b4, and your move Yovi, even knight e8 is also, it's pretty good, you know, as long as you don't play knight e4. So it's been a while since Ju Wenjun thought for this move. How long has she? No.
She's been thinking, I would say roughly at least
7 minutes, I guess, or more than
8 minutes. Yeah, a little bit. But she has all the time in the world. And this is great technique, you know, practical advice here. You don't have to rush these type of positions just because you feel or you know that you're winning. That's when you're more likely to make a mistake. Instead, you can just take your time and just make sure that absolutely everything is going to go your way. And Ju Wenjun is spoiled for choice here. As you mentioned, black can just advance the c-pawn. The main winning plan consists of transferring the knight from f6 to f5. Can be done via d5, which keeps complete control over the position. But as long as you get that plan in, the white knight is going to be extremely passive, and then black can then focus on advancing the c-pawn. But Ju Wenjun, she knows what she needs to do. She's just simply working out what is the most accurate, what is the most precise, because she wins this, she takes that 2-point lead, and that is such a huge gap to narrow for Tan Zhongyi.
Yeah, definitely. So assuming this game goes according to how the position is right now, like the evaluation is very good for black, and Ju wins this one. So she's gonna be 4 versus 2, yeah? And that means in the remaining 6 games, she only needs 2.5 points to win the match.
Exactly. And she can play a different type of chess as well, because when you're in the lead, you can play a lot more solid. You don't have to go and take all of those risks. It will be Tan, the one who is forced to come out swinging, and Ju, with her very stable style of play, will be well matched for that. And they've been in this situation before. And there we do see king c3 played by Ju. She's chasing the pawn on b3. Now, white, there isn't that much white can do. She takes on b5, and I'm expecting king to e3 to be the answer.
Yep. Well, you cannot protect this pawn. All you can do right now is somehow to give some counterattack on the other side of the board. So if king e3 happens, can we just comfortably take this pawn?
For sure. Because you're going to meet knight to e4 with knight to d5 check, right?
That's okay. That's I was calculating the queen's endgame actually. Like if I take, if you push, and then if there is any forcing line to exchange the queens, and then because you have an extra pawn on the b file, but of course it's not necessary to calculate. You just play knight here. The king moves away. Where to go?
King d2.
King d2, and here you have to move this pawn, I guess, and then c3 is coming, and let's say you put your pawn to f5, or where do you go? King c1?
King c1, because if you go f5, if you just take back and play f5, the move that worries me the most is king to b2
King
for
b2.
black, controlling the promotion square. And then after f6, then basically you can almost
You
give
can
up
just
your
take
knight,
this.
right? Yeah.
Yeah, you can take this because after takes this is a check. Let's say the king goes here. It doesn't matter because now the pawn is unstoppable. So let's see, king c1. Not f5, but king c1. Let's see how to win this position. One way is to just keep pushing the pawn. Okay, let's push this pawn so that I can go to c2. Oof, you see, even in such a position, I thought you was just winning. But c3, it's an inaccuracy. You shouldn't do that.
I'm thinking maybe you can go king a2.
King a2. You want to push this other pawn, right?
Yeah,
Wow, Yovi.
exactly.
That's very good. That's a very good idea, Yovi. Yes.
Yes, I like my queens, and it gives me great joy to get another one on the board. Okay, so let's try this one out. F5,
f5, and
b4,
then b4,
f6,
f6.
and
should we
knight
take
takes.
it? Take b3, knight d5 check, b7. Okay, king goes away, b2, knight c3. Okay. No, we cannot do that. We cannot take. Oh, we can. Why? What am I thinking? Of course we can. It's a check. It's a check on b2.
Yeah, that's why I wasn't sure. Yeah, then check.
And over here, just have to be careful though, because there is knight coming. So are we under promoted?
Check with an exactly, b1. And this is the big question: do you have?
Oh no,
do you have auto promote? Yeah,
we can do that because this pawn is gonna be like a decoy ladder. I mean, not really a decoy, but we'll win the how do you call it, opposition.
Yeah.
Let's just move it here and then this one. And then we go to this endgame again, takes, and then, or I don't know. Let's be precise over here. It's maybe better. And then you promote first with a check, and then stopping the other one. Okay, that's a long way to go.
That is a long way. It's probably why Ju was in the think tank for so long, but it's a pretty forcing line. So let's run through it one more time. So the choice for Tan is to step up with the king or just resign. Because otherwise I read king takes b3. No, I'm not trolling. Because king takes b3 is devastating for white. So it's either you continue the game, you just throw it all and hope for the best, or you just give up. So knight to e4. Knight to d5. Jack. King d2, c4 is forced.
Yep.
King c1 is we saw something can go wrong there. But do you know something? If you really want to be mean, you can just go knight to e3. You don't need to run with your king to a2.
Knight to e3. Ah, just to stop it that way. Yep.
Yeah. And then knight to d6. You kind of have to. Then b4. And now I almost feel like you can go king a2.
Yeah, let's go for a checkmate, Yuvi. After
Yeah.
here, this one, f7, and then this one. Let's go for the checkmate.
Oh, that's a beautiful finish. And then if you queen, we should go on. Irene, you need to do the honors.
Yes. When was the last time you checkmate your opponent with a pawn?
I can't remember. It's so seldom that you give checkmate.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's
Actually,
very
I do know. Yesterday
Yesterday
when yes, because chess.com they released some new animal bots, and one of my favorite animals is the dodo. And so I thought, yeah, okay, let's test myself against the dodo. What I didn't quite realize is that the dodo was rated 400. I had fun, let's just say. What about you,
Yeah.
Irene? When was the last time
No,
you
I
gave?
cannot remember. No, even during Tal Tuesday, it's very rare that your opponent allows you to give a checkmate. It's usually even one more move to checkmate and they just resigned. So, or if you give a checkmate, it's accidental. Like it happens to me too. Sometimes I also forgot that I forgot my opponent's idea that they are going to checkmate me soon. That I just totally didn't see it, and then I got checkmated. So it's really rare these days to get checkmated, I would say, unless it is you overlooked it or it is accidental.
Yeah, that is, but it's very nice. It's actually, as someone who had to trawl the database looking for checkmates, it's very nice to allow the checkmates, because there's a special search function that helps you find them, and you can actually start to spot the patterns. And I think one of my favorite ones was one that happened to David Howell, and it was one of Vukovic checkmate involving a rook delivering checkmate on g7 to a king on g8, but the knight was on g6 and a pawn was on f6. And it was such a beautiful checkmate. And I was very happy that David Howell, my close friend, he allowed the checkmate, and he said, as a columnist, he also appreciates people playing to mate. So I would appreciate if we saw that line, which was very beautiful, by the way, to give checkmate with a pawn and let white promote.
Yeah. Okay, so wow, Tan Zhongyi still has enough time in the clock to keep thinking, actually. But yeah, at some point, I think you have to also come to terms that you're losing this position, and yeah, I mean, there's no good way to put this, actually. But also, we've known a very good quote, right? About that you don't resign. You never really win a game if you resign, like something like that. What was the quote, Yuvi?
You don't win a game by resigning.
Yeah,
Although
exactly.
I got told that by my friend that actually someone did win a game by resigning, and he said that the opponent felt so bad, and they said, no, I don't accept resignation. In fact, I'm going to resign. And the person who was about to resign said, no, I don't understand what's happening. Why won't you accept my resignation? And it turned out that the other person had cheated and then felt so bad about winning through cheating, basically they'd taken back a move, that they just decided to resign instead of accepting the resignation. So there you go. But generally, Irene, you don't win a game, as you say, by resigning. In fact, you cement your loss. But I mean, there's still ways for Ju to go wrong. We saw a line where White was trying to get King E3, Knight to E4, and we saw that if Black wasn't accurate, there was a chance for it to be a draw.
Yeah. At this point, you have to come to a few defensive ideas, right? Usually in the end game, when you know that you're losing, you start thinking about these defensive ideas. And I kept telling this to my students. And the ideas are: is there any way to give perpetual checks? Because sometimes, not in this game. Obviously, in this position, it's very far from any perpets. Also, the second one is: can you stalemate yourself? That is another way. Maybe this is what Tan Zhongyi is trying to think. Again, it's very difficult, I know, to somehow imagine if there's any perpetual, if there's any stalemate. And the third one is, this is what I like, if there is any fortress. So those three ideas, I keep reminding my students, hey, when you're losing, do not resign immediately, but be resonated with your ideas. And we have a move here, Knight D3. So I guess it's still, you can keep going on with this game, and then see when things are really going down in your position. At least until there is no white in the evaluation bar. I think we can make that. Huh?
I know, I agree with you. It's completely, you should always play on and look for those methods of defending. I like it: fortress, stalemate, tricks. And one of the great books on swindling, that's our chess player term for it, is by David Smerdon, Australian Grandmaster.
Mm-hmm.
And I really recommend everyone reads this book, because it's a kind of guide to how to trick your opponent. It talks about common patterns. It also discusses various techniques that you can do. And one of them he kind of calls, I can't remember what its name is. It's to do with the window ledge. And it refers to the movie scene where you've got nowhere to run, you're cornered, so you just jump out onto the window ledge. And in order for the other person to attack you, they have to also jump onto that window ledge. And that's just basically talking about making chaotic positions where ultimately you're lost, but there's a lot of risk.
Yeah.
And we do have moves: Knight D3, Knight E4 check, King E3 is the response. And well, there's a pawn on G3 that has dollar signs. I want to be taking it.
Yeah, you can take this one. I think this should be winning as well. We can explore this line before another line that I also would like to see. Because if you take this, you can just simply give a check over here and grab another pawn. At least you are 2 pawns up in this side of the board, and you might actually would like to get another pawn as well by playing king b4. So this should be winning, because again, you have another passer here. So white has also divided its attention whether, would I like to advance the pawn, or should I come down there and then stop the g pawn from advancing. Another line that I actually like better is, in this position, you know me, Yovi. If I get attacked, what would I do?
Counterattack. I was also thinking C4.
So I was thinking of C4 too, yes. So you are still winning this pawn without having to trade it with this pawn. And now let's say you takes, this knight moves E5, let's say, and then you gain another pawn like this. So this is, I think, what I would like to do.
Right.
And moreover, now you have a passer, the king cannot go to E4, the pawn still cannot advance to f5 because this knight is pretty strong. You have another extra pass pawn on the king side. So, but all of this required calculation, of course. And let's see which one that Ju Wenjun will take, c4 or knight takes g3.
Yeah. The fact that she hasn't rushed with knight takes g3 indicates to me that she's simply calculating c4 and making sure everything is absolutely fine. Just making sure that there are no hidden checks for white, no possibilities. But I really like your c4.
Okay, just to show the idea again, after c4, if takes, and then if you take this, there might be a pawn race, but hardly can be called a race actually, because you'll be winning the even, right, Yovi? Even if these pawns, they how to say, like promote at the same time. Let's just make a random move like this, and they promote at the same time, like d1 f8. It's still winning because you have this type of skewer. King has to go there, and then you go to f2. So you have so many empty moves there to fill in, you know. But of course, the d pawn was promoting earlier than the other pawn. But even if they're promoting at the same time, we can see this position too. So it's just very comfortable now after c4.
Yeah, definitely. Very, very nice. And any way for white to be tricky? Just thinking pawn takes pawn. Okay, so after c4.
Yeah, I think you have to take, right? If you're not taking, if you play this move, I can't even afford of taking this one.
She's reaching for the g3 pawn.
Okay, she took the g3 pawn, and Tan Zhongyi took the c5 pawn, and knight f5 is on the board. I think we'll see king e4. I cannot imagine the king retreating back to e2 or f2.
No, the h pawn is dropping. Yeah. I suspect that we will see king e4 and knight takes h4, some kind of pawn race maybe.
F5. Yeah, I think you have to go f5. In this position, okay, after f6 you still have this line with knight g6, so I don't know. You can take the pawn now. I guess I think it's still winning because you're also winning this pawn. If you don't want to take any risk, I think this is the best way to continue because you're eliminating the only chance that white has in this position. And okay, you cannot push this yet because of this. Even then, you might take this. I don't know. So we'll see. I like this one better. So that the knight moves, you take this and you start promoting this.
But I like this one too. This one is also very straightforward, carries zero risk, and is also very flashy. But you can also be very clinical about it, just based on the fact that the knight can drop down to g6 to defend. Because after this, you can simply go g3.
It's very nice. You cannot stop it with the king. This knight, it's stopping f3.
Yeah.
And after this, just also push it. And after this, we stop it first. Although, Yovi, you know me, I'd like to get something bigger. So if I stop the queen, it means I'm aiming for the king. So let's just promote. I allow this to happen. Let's promote at the same time. And bye-bye.
It's the same pattern again. Beautiful, yes. And of course, the king has to... Let's checkmate.
Yep. It is checkmate. Yep. It's not the same pattern. It's just checkmate.
It's not. I thought the king was forced to go to f5, and then you have queen f2, but it's checkmate. Beautiful,
it's checkmate.
Beautiful stuff. Yeah.
So, yeah. Now knight f5, king e4 is there. Let's. I don't like this, but let's see. But if you play king f2, there's almost no counterattack. Like this one for sure, but what about just grabbing this pawn, right?
Okay, so the knight wants to be grabbing something on h5. No, that's not good either. It's mission impossible, Irene. And I know that they say never give up in chess, but there are certain positions where no one can save them. And unfortunately, this is one of them, because the knight really wants to be on d6. You want, or c7. You kind of want a scenario where when black captures on b3, you want to be capturing on b5, but that's absolutely not possible. Yeah. No, you go down in flames. King e4.
I'm just wondering, just one thing. I know it's a little bit, I don't know. It's a bit weird, maybe. But what would you do in such a match if you resign and your opponent is not there on the chair?
Oh, you just stop the clocks, sign your score sheet, off you go.
No, would you do that? I don't know, actually. I don't know what is rude, what is not. Because, like, imagine, like, you feel you had enough. You have enough of this. Okay. And you don't feel like waiting for your opponent to come back to the chair, and then just stop the clock, sign the score sheet, and leave. And then your opponent comes back from the bathroom, and then, oh, everything is already stopped.
Yeah, I think I've had that experience myself, where I've come back and the arbiter has stepped in and told me my opponent's resigned. But I kind of feel it goes against chess etiquette. You have to be there. You have to shake hands with your opponent, even if you're really annoyed with yourself and you give the worst handshake in the world, like the limp fish. But it's better that you're there, and it's better to kind of make eye contact and sign the score sheet alongside your opponent.
Yeah. Okay. But that's no longer an issue right now, because Ju Wenjun has gotten back to her chair. And still no move yet from Tan Zhongyi after knight f5.
Yeah. Once again, Tan just simply coming to terms with the fact that she will be losing this game, that she will have a 2-point deficit to make up. And there is a huge task ahead of her in Chongqing when the match moves over there. Well, there needs to be a shake-up in the camp, I think. There needs to be some decisions made on how they're going to change things, how they're going to apply pressure on Ju Wenjun, because there's a lot of positives from Tan's play, especially from the beginning. You know, she put the pressure on. She easily neutralized Ju Wenjun in the first game. Game 2 was great because, you know, she somehow tricked Ju at her own game. Game 3 was super close again. Some great moments where she took the initiative, she went active. Game 4 was so close. I mean, there has to be some assessment. Did games 5 and 6 occur because of the schedule, because things were too grueling, in which case you just need to rearrange how things are going. Maybe there's too much prep going on before the games. It's just very intense. I mean, you were there also in Singapore, so you got to experience the tension that the camps all felt, because you could see it from the seconds. You know, when we saw Gajewski, who was seconding Gukesh, you know, he rarely smiled, and you could feel that, you know, there was so much business to be done, you know, so much chess to be analyzed. And also the same with Richard Rapport, who was present in Singapore.
And Nihua was also there, who's also seconding Ju Wenjun in this match too.
You really felt that going through a world championship match is incredibly exhausting, both in terms of preparation, but also in terms of playing. It feels like so much is riding on one game. And Tan? Yeah, difficult time for her.
Yes.
Irene, I have a question for you.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think the players' chairs will follow them to Chongqing?
That is a very good question, actually. Or maybe they've already prepared for the same chairs in both cities. Like you don't necessarily need to bring that particular chair to Chongqing, but they've already purchased the two chairs at the same series or the same edition, and then you'll have both of them in Chongqing as well. But I will look forward to seeing about the chairs too, Yoi, because it's very unique. When it was Ju Wenjun versus Gerchkina, was there anything about the chairs too?
I don't recall. But now you got me wondering whether, like, say, for instance, there was something, right, during a candidate, someone changed their chair because they felt it was too comfortable.
Oh my gosh. Right. Yeah, was there? I don't remember actually. Maybe you're right. And we have a move. King e4 is finally played. And I think Ju Wenjun is reaching for the knight to capture the h4 pawn. And there you go, knight h4. And, well, king e5. So to meet g3 with knight e4. So this is something that Ju Wenjun has to be aware of. And of course, she is aware of that. Probably what to do now? Maybe king b4. I still would like to grab this pawn.
Yeah, king b4 is a great move because ultimately this is a pawn race and all you want to be doing is going g3 and promoting the pawn. So king b4 is a step in the right direction. Force the knight to move away, and then you can pick up the b pawn, and the knight on h4 does a sterling job of guarding against the f pawn advance. The knight can even sacrifice itself, as we've shown.
Yes. Okay, decision time. She's gonna move it within the next minute, I would say.
I predict that as well. King b4. What move? Well, we've got to find the pitfalls, right? So what move mustn't Ju Wenjun play? So she mustn't play g3.
G3 is a big no-no. Let's just put it on the board. If you play g3,
still okay.
Although it's still winning UV because you cannot really capture this pawn. Wow, even the bad-looking move like g3 is still winning. Capture, and then the king should go in a very precise square because otherwise there might be some fork. So probably c2 so that you can make way for the pawn now. That's not even correct.
No, because it's king e2. Sorry, knight e2 followed by knight d4.
So should we go aside like this? Yeah, I was okay. I cheated a little bit. I'm just going to look at the engine here. It's actually knight f3. So instead of focusing on this pawn, let's focus on this pawn.
Okay. Well, it's easy once the path is illuminated. But okay, g3 is not going to happen.
G3 is not going to happen.
It's just king b4. Let's run through the lines one more time. And now move the knight.
Let's go e4 because you have to stop g3. And then maybe you take this. And this is your only hope. So probably keep pushing it. But in this position, if you don't want to take any risk. Just take this one pawn. You can do it later too. That's fine. And then focus on this one, like b4 maybe. b4,
We play it
f6.
out. Yeah, and then knight. Let's play it out. So knight to g6. Oh no, let's.
It's still fine. It's still fine. Only after this, you just have to move to f8. It should be fine too. Everything is still okay. If the
I was
king
wondering
goes to,
about f7. Yes. Okay.
but
King
it's a
b4
check, so I
played?
have to move. King b4 is already played. Yes, still according to our prediction, knight e4, and now she is going to take the pawn on b3, I guess. And she did.
And if f5, I just want to also show the knight takes f5 variations, why this is
Okay.
winning. Because then what you just do is you just focus on promoting the b pawn. So
Yep.
the king goes to c2, excellent square. And then once the king goes to g5, b4, king takes h5, you simply go b3, and look at that. The knight just cannot control those two
If there was
pawns.
no pawn here, it might be a draw because of this move. Oh, no, it's not even a draw. I thought the knight can jump to a3 at some point. Oh, come on. No, this is not the move. Yeah, it's still losing. Even if you don't have this pawn, I think it's still losing. Moreover, you have this pawn, so you can, if you're bored, you can throw in this one move to g3.
Yeah.
And then, yeah.
Yeah.
So once you win this pawn on b3, yeah, you are 2 pawns up. And yeah, f5, I think it's almost sure, just take it. So yeah, you don't have to think about knight g6.
Okay, because after knight f5, knight takes f5 is very easy because you just play to promote the b pawn. But what happens if after knight to g3 instead of f5? Knight g3. Let's try to mix things up that way. No, instead of f5, knight g3.
Oh, instead of f5, okay. Knight g3.
I'm trying to be tricky.
Okay,
I
I'll
guess you
move
put
this
knight
one then.
g6. Okay. Knight takes
pawn. And
yeah,
I don't think it matters where my king goes, right? Okay, let's go c2.
And the knight on h5 is really
too
out
far.
of play.
Yeah, the knight is too far here.
Yeah. Okay. Tan. It's tough. It's really tough. It's not what you want to end this portion of the match with 2 losses in a row. And then when she gets to Chongqing, she will be facing Ju with the black pieces. And Ju has been very effective at piling on the pressure, just navigating all those problems. One of the things about Ju, especially with her repertoire, is she's able to pick lines where she gets that space advantage. She either gets a bishop pair, she somehow has all these long-term trumps.
Yep. Well, she's a world champion for a reason here. Okay, what move can we suggest? I think we've covered all of the moves here. f5, knight g3. I don't think it's a king move. There's no reason for the king to be moved here. And if you were going to attend the press conference later, Yovi, what question would you ask the players?
Well, the thing is, though, the questions that I really want answered, they're not gonna tell us, right? They're not going to tell us in their seconds. They're not going to tell us how they prepared. They're not going to tell us what it all involved. And that's what I really want to know about them. But I wouldn't mind just getting to know a little bit more about them as players, not as players, as people. Like I like the questions where someone asked them what food, and Ju answered that she liked noodles.
Mm-hmm.
And we got to learn that Tan thought the food was bland at the minute. So maybe I will ask them what's their favorite thing about Chongqing and the favorite thing about Shanghai. What about you, Irene?
Yeah, I think, yeah, you're right. I was thinking that other people would ask the technical questions about the chess game itself, like why did you play this move? Why didn't you play this move? And so on and so on. So you're right. I think I would also try to ask more about their personal lives if it's okay with them. Like, yeah, I also remember one of the press conference questions that what they did during the rest day, and Ju Wenjun was like, "Oh, I'm a big fan of Jay Cho," and Jay Cho was quite a big thing when I was younger as well. He's growing older now though, but apparently he's still very much, very active in the showbiz industry. And hang on, we have a move actually. As I was saying, there is no reason for the king to be moved, and she moved it. So king f6 is on the board right now.
Okay, well, Tan is trying to be tricky. She wants to hunt down the h-pawn with her king. So king to g5 is the plan. Now, this is a good attempt. We saw that advancing the f-pawn led to a straightforward win for black. So did retreating the knight. This is quite a good attempt to try to confuse Ju.
But if you want to be clear about it, just go chase after the f-pawn, right? You play knight g2, f5, and put back knight h4, knight e3. Your intention is just to grab the pawn on the next move. So, yeah, let's chase after this pawn. Knight g2,
okay.
f5, knight e3, let's say king g5, and then you just grab this little pawn, and then we come down to the same position where you play against a knight with your 3 pawns.
Can I also do something else? Mm-hmm. But it maybe requires a bit more work. So if you just let white's plan happen, you just get on with the goal of promoting, so king c2. And then the whole point is that you just want to be pushing the b-pawn as far up the board as it can go. And I think that this one will take a lot longer to win, because I suspect that Tan might try to pin some hopes on capturing the knight.
And then, when this knight moves, you have another pawn coming in. So,
yes.
Yeah. Okay.
But I was just thinking she might try and capture the knight. She might capture the knight and then play knight, pawn, and queen. No, sorry, king, pawn, knight against queen.
King, pawn, knight against
queen.
Yeah,
I was just wondering whether, yes.
But you have so many pawns on the board too.
Well, oh yeah. No.
You have another
what
pawn.
I'm thinking of is,
yeah.
Okay, so what I'm thinking is leave a knight on e. Okay, look, it's a silly line, but so leave the knight on e5, go king to g5.
Oops, sorry.
Yeah.
Like this?
No. Not this point. This point is too many queens for black. So I'm thinking instead of knight to c5, you just take the, yes, you allow, and then you go b3, king takes pawn, and then there you go.
This position. Okay,
this is winning.
This will happen? I mean, this is still winning, but yeah, it's going to take a bit longer.
There you go.
Yeah, you're right. So if we don't want to go down to that rabbit hole, let's be a bit more precise. After this, push, not knight c5, you were saying taking this, yeah. You don't have any option, yeah? I guess you have to go again and play this position.
Okay. And it is easily winning because the knight, unfortunately, only moves in circular movements and the queen is just incredibly powerful. So this one would be also game over. But let's have a look at what has been played. So Ju ticking down around the 15-minute mark. And she has many options. She can just push the b-pawn, as we discussed. She can also hunt down the f-pawn. And maybe we can show that line again, which was quite nice.
Which one?
Hunting down the f-pawn.
Oh, she played differently. So knight f3, it's literally a precaution to g5 square so that the king cannot go there. All right, still very accurate from Ju Wenjun, like killing all the chances here. f5 is already on the board. And now you can hunt this pawn down and trade it with your knight if you want. But also now this allows this pawn to move forward. Maybe this is also what she's intending to do. Yes, and h4 is already played.
Yep. Okay. And this is the problem, right? If the king steps to the G line, it will be the G pawn promoting with a check. If the king steps to e6, then simply knight to d4, and the knight can sacrifice itself for the f5 pawn. But either way, black is going to be winning this pawn race.
Yes, that's true. I'm just wondering what other attempts that Tan Zhongyi will play in this position.
Yeah. There's really nothing to be done. Slide the king. White's mission is clear. At least try to promote the f-pawn.
And also, I was wondering, like, on their way to Chongqing, are they going to be put in the same plane? Assuming that they're taking a plane, right? Because via train, it's taking ages to get to Chongqing. At how many hours was that? 11 to 12?
11 hours.
Yeah, minimum 11 hours. It can be more than 11 hours. But with a plane, it takes less than 3 hours. Yeah, that's something that I'd like to ask as well. And you were touching the subject about changing something in the preparation. And this is definitely one of the advice that my old coach also said to me. Like, if you experience some bad game or some losses back to back, just change something in the routine. It can be your preparation. It can be your daily activities. Like, for example, you always check your pairings at night after dinner. But now change it to morning so that before you sleep, you don't think about tomorrow's game, for example, like that, so that you don't be too stressed about your upcoming game, and then you can sleep better. It's just an example of changing one's routine. But here we have king e7 on the board. Should we be worried about it?
No, you can just simply advance the g-pawn, because at the end of the day, the f-pawn can be caught up by the knight on f3. It will just simply slide back to the e5 square, and the king there on e7 and the promotion square on f8, well, there can be a fork delivered on g6. And with g3, Ju Wenjun's just cemented her chances for the win. Tan, there's really nothing to do. And going back to your point, Irene, whilst we're waiting for Tan to either advance the pawn or to accept that this game has not gone her way. I agree with you. There need to be changes. I also feel that there need to be changes over the board as well, because too many of those positions that they've gotten into have benefited Ju in the sense that they've suited her style of play. Ju has been able to go into her strategic mode. She's been able to rely on her excellent in-game technique, and we've seen that Tan has been too tempted to just lash out and make those impulsive, spontaneous decisions, which have ultimately not worked out. So somehow or other, Tan just needs to, with her team, mix it up. It's a 2-point deficit. If you just play it game by game, you never know. That 2 points can be 1 point, and then 1 point can be no points. Anything can happen. And she'll be in familiar territory, being in her home city as well.
Yep. So yeah, there should be some perks playing at your home turf. Although for some players as well, they feel more comfortable playing like overseas or somewhere that is not home, because you have some sort of pressure on your shoulder when you are the local pride. For this one, of course, you are the local city pride. Tan Zhongyi is from Chongqing and Ju Wenjun is from Shanghai, but these two players, they've been, and one of them is still a world champion, so I believe such a thing doesn't really exist for them now, because they have such a steel mentality. So I think for something like that, it's not going to bother them so much. So as a commentator, Yovi, and as a chess fan, I really hope that she bounces back from all of these losses, because it's very rare to see back-to-back losses like this. It's a bit heartbreaking too, because she's capable to do more than this.
Definitely. And let's not take away from Ju Wenjun, who has been playing fantastic chess. Like, these last 2 games have really showcased her exceptional skills. The way that she handled this particular game, she cemented that knight there on e4. It is incredibly instructive. It's like a model game in this particular version of like a Queen's Indian opening. And there we do see the king, the pawn being advanced. Ju yet to return to the table. Really great play from Ju. I really love the way that she's spotted all of Tan's tricks, how she's controlled the play, and there it comes. The pawn is going to reach its promotion square.
Yeah,
F7 is going to be met with knight to e5.
That's right. I will just show it quickly why Ju Wenjun is allowing that. Because if you play f7, you'll go knight e5 attacking this pawn. And if you promote, you have knight g6, and then you just capture the queen. And in the meantime, this pawn is unstoppable. There is knight, takes, and then you just promote. Even I was thinking, like, even if that position it was white to move, still black is going to win just too many pawns, and they're very hard to stop. So g2 is already on the board, and this is the current position. Sooner, I think it's pretty soon that we'll see a resignation here by Tan.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No chance to save this one, barring a miracle.
Yeah, I don't see any miracles in this position. Even a position where you would like to have queens on the board, it can easily be met like this. Takes, here, queen, but you can also just play queen c5 and then exchange this queen and then promote one of your pawns. And
there we have it. It is a victory for Ju Wenjun with 2 back-to-back victories. She takes a 2-point lead in the match as the match moves over to Chongqing. Oh, what a game by world champion Ju. She played fantastic chess. Excellent endgame technique. Sensing the momentum of the middle game, she changed the nature of the position into a queen and knight endgame. This became a knight endgame, which she played superbly. Well, disappointment though for Tan Zhongyi as a white pieces just slips through her fingers, and well, things will have to change as the match now continues into Chongqing on Sunday. Irene, what's your verdict so far of the match? We've passing the half-point mark. It looks like Ju Wenjun is in full control, right?
It is. I mean, she's totally in full control right now. And with 2-point lead, now the strategy will also change for Ju Wenjun, Yovi. Don't forget that she's leading the match right now. We know for sure that something needs to be altered in Tan Zhongyi's camp, like whether it is the opening choice, the preparation, or something else. But also, with 2-point lead, Ju Wenjun and her team might try to find like stable opening choice, because every draw is enough for her inching towards the victory of the match. So this is something that I'm anticipating in the next games by Ju Wenjun and Tan Zhongyi, and especially Game 7 in Chongqing, Ju Wenjun will be playing with white pieces, and usually with white pieces, it's easier to steer the direction of the game.
That is true. It's very easy to control the nature of the game. Yeah, and we are definitely going to be seeing some shakeups in Chongqing as the match moves over to Tan Zhongyi's home city. We're going to go on a short break, and when we return, we are going to go straight to the press conference and hear more from the players.
欢迎大家来到我们今天的新闻棋手交流会。那我们马上就要开始了，大家请就坐。 Welcome to today's players interview. We'll start very soon. Please take your seats. I'm Howard, and we will welcome Charlize to start our press interview.
Welcome everyone to the final press conference here in Shanghai. We've officially concluded the first half of the Women's World Championship match. Ju, you won the game with black pieces. You've won 3 out of the 4 points in the last game. How is your confidence and how do you feel going into the second half?
那今天呢是上海的比赛最后一天，也是前半程结束。那居文君呢，在最近的比赛中，4轮棋得了3分，尤其是今天黑棋得胜。那想请问一下居文君，今天有什么特别的感受？
今天这盘棋作为黑棋取胜也是，是个怎么说呢？是个非常不容易的事情。然后我觉得自己也在越来越进入状态。不过未来还有6盘对局，所以我也会继续的进行一个备战。
Today, the win with black is not easy at all. And Ju Wenjun feels that she is gradually trying to find her pace, and she's getting better and better. But still, there are 6 games to go, so it will be a very tough match.
And in these final 6 games, you only need 2.5 points to claim the title. Will this affect your approach for the remaining half at all?
那根据规程，如果居文君再得到2.5分，剩下的6个对局中，那就可以继续保持冠军的头衔。那这样的一个情况，有没有对居文君的备战有一个新的这个参考价值呢？
就这个，我还是要跟我的团队再去研究一下。谢谢。
She will talk to her team and trying to analyze it.
My next question is for Tan. Tan, in 2018, you also lost 2 games back-to-back, but came back with a win. How did you reset mentally then, and what will you do now?
接下来的问题是向谭仲仪问一下，2018年的时候，谭仲仪曾经有落后，但是很快就追平了。那现在在这个处境中，想请问一下谭仲仪的考量。
就确实落后的已经比较多，但是我也没有想太多，后面还有6盘，不管怎么样，这个比赛还是要继续下去的。
So far, the margin is not small, but she will still try her best and try to perform well in the other 6 games.
Now onto the chess. My first question is for Ju. You found this wonderful idea with g5, beautiful move in the position. And after knight e1, there was a critical idea of pushing g4, c4, but you opted for bishop f6, equalizing the position. Can you tell us what went through your mind here?
那在图上的这个局面呢，当时黑方已经把这个兵都推到很前了，包括 G 兵和 C 兵。那现在呢，黑方实战是选了走象到 F6，那黑方实际上也有可能，比如说走 G 兵和 C 兵。那想问一下居文君在这里是如何思考的？
这里我觉得象 F6可能不是特别精确，但是走完之后黑棋的局面会比较简单一点。当然也考虑过 C4 或者 G4，但是我可能在觉得象 F6就当时就觉得还可以。C4 G4 之后我没有特别清晰吧这个局面。
Until now, Ju Wenjun finds that maybe bishop f6 is not the perfect choice. Over the board, she thought that moving the bishop was nice and easy, so she didn't She doesn't spend too much time on c4 or g4. Still, now maybe she thinks that she could probably try something better.
Did you think that you were better in this position? And if you did, when did you feel your advantage slipping away?
那在这个局面的时候，有没有感觉到自己是优势？后边有没有感觉到这个优势变小了？
我觉得确实像 F6吃完之后，可能是一个黑方稍微主动一点，但是可能和棋的概率更大一点，所以就是可能之前会觉得有一些优势吧，像 F6走完就不太有优势。
Before bishop f6, she thinks that probably the advantage was bigger then, but after bishop f6, black is slightly better with a very small initiative. Most likely it could be a draw.
Then my next question is to Tan. In this position, where we were once again mostly equal, you played this h4 move, which had a lot of energy. Was this you pushing for a win?
那在这个局面中，白方呢是比较冒险的走了 h4，那这个局面突然之间就变得很精彩，很有意思了。想请问一下谭忠仪是怎么样考量？因为之前可能是个类似和棋的情况。
我看他可能就后第5可能要上来了，就不是很好挡。我临场也没有找到很好的方法，也许我可能马 F3就不该跳上来，应该留着后，就后面那个残棋可能压力太大了，确实可能没有什么好的办法。
At that point, she was trying to prevent Queen d5 somehow. Maybe she thought that knight f3 wasn't perfect at the time. If white maintains the queen, white could hold a draw very easily.
Now my next question's for both players. We have 2 days until the next game. First of all, for Ju, how will you ensure that this doesn't break your momentum?
那接下来我们会有2天的休整的时间。那想请问一下这个朱文君，那接下来的这个如果休整会如何的来调整？有没有自己调整的节奏？
就是首先第1天可能是先转战到重庆，那么我会尽量在休息天之内，把自己的进入一个更好的一个比赛状态吧，就这样。
Of course, these 2 days will at least spend 1 day on trip, so she will try to make full use of these days and trying to recover from this exhausting match.
And for Tan, do you think you can use these days to your advantage to reset for the second half? Especially, we are going now to your hometown of Chongqing.
想请问谭忠仪，那接下来有2天的休整，尤其是转战到重庆是谭忠仪的家乡，有没有感觉到有什么方法来调整一下？
可能先回家休息一下吧，毕竟有2天，而且就是他离我家还就蛮远的，因为重庆非常的大，就过去都要好远，所以说还没有想好。
Tan Zhongyi will probably rest well at home because Chongqing is such a huge city. The site from her home is far away, so she's not sure about how she will spend time.
Finally, question for both players. We've reached the halfway mark, so how would you both assess your play so far?
接下来的问题是，请问2位棋手的。那我们半程已过，那给自己的这个表现评价一下，打一下分。那我们先来问一下谭忠仪，感觉如何？
我感觉我就是 有一些问题需要调整一下，就是肯定是不是很满意的这个表现，从分数上也能看出来。可能错过了一些新机会，然后在很多时候下的也不够谨慎，希望在后面的时候能有稍好一点的表现。
So far, Tan Zhongyi found there are certain points that's not very good, and she wasn't fully satisfied about her performance. Maybe at some point she could be more cautious. Anyway, she'll try to find her pace in the later half.
我对我的表现从开始的不太满意到现在的满意，所以我觉得就是希望自己能够在重庆也有一个好的表现吧。
At the beginning, Ju Wenjun wasn't so satisfied about her performance in the first 2 games, but later, now she was quite content about the whole results. So she hopes that in Chongqing she will keep this kind of pace and this kind of form.
Thank you very much. Now we can open the floor to questions from journalists. Elon from Lichess.
感谢2位棋手精彩的这个分享。那我们接下来可以请到现场的记者来提问。
就是首先就是特别感谢2位棋手都特别的辛苦，然后呢就是想问，谭忠仪，你觉得重庆的辣妹子性格比较冲，你觉得你的棋风会和这个相似吗？So a huge respect for both players, and H4 shows aggressiveness. And does she feel like being from Chongqing? Does her characteristic are similar to her city?
我觉得可能跟城市关系没有很大，可能跟个人性格关系会更大一些，因为重庆也有非常多优秀的职业棋手，但是就风格是多样化的，就我没有看到明显就是有什么，比如说某个地区的棋手有统一的风格，但是如果有师兄弟之类的或许，但我也不确定。
She thinks that maybe it's not totally related to the city, the character. Maybe we have different chess players, different styles, and Chongqing is such a big, huge city. So probably that's not that obvious. But she thought about that if some players learned from the same teacher, maybe they share the same style somewhat. That's why she smiled. 那你再问一遍，就集中一点来。
没有，上海。
就是你再提问一遍，就比如
就是朱文君，你觉得你的这个棋艺风格和你所居住的环境或者城市有没有相关的连接？
我觉得我的棋艺风格，与环境有一点关系吧，可能因为我，就是相对来说没有那么的激进，或者就是一个比较平稳，或者说是比较更多的是局面性的一些想法，就是我觉得可能跟我自己就是成长的经历更多的是一些关系。
When it comes to the style related to the city characters, Ju Wenjun thinks that her style is more quiet, more peaceful, and more positional. that's quite related to her personal growth experience. 好，那我们还没有其他的问题，可以举手。那我们会给到话筒。
我想问两位棋手各一个问题。先问谭中怡，就是因为现在有2分的差距，那对你来说，你觉得这会对你来说是一个压力吗？因为还有最后6盘棋，谢谢。
This question is for Tan Zhongyi. With 2 points behind, do you feel pressure, and maybe do you want to prepare something special?
我不确定，可能有的。但是，作为棋手来说，就是我们总是在经历这些，就是我觉得我能够调整好这个东西，尽量吧，只能说。
The pressure is out there for sure, but also she's a very experienced professional player. She knows how to handle this kind of pressure. She will try her best.
想问一下居文君，因为我记得上一次你在和雷挺杰比赛的时候，好像上半程我记得一直是平局。那这一次是领先2分进到下半程，那你觉得这样一个表现有没有超出你的预期，还是说在预期里面的？谢谢。
For the last match with Lei Tingjie, Ju Wenjun and Lei Tingjie had most games ended in a draw. So this time, with 2 points ahead, do you feel anything special, and do you have any specific plan?
我对就是这上半程的结果是，是非常满意的，就是能够有多领先2分的一个优势。那我觉得就不过每一轮棋都是一个新的开始吧，所以我觉得可能在这6盘已经结束了嘛，更多的是去考虑接下来的6盘怎么去应对。
Ju is very delighted with 2 points ahead, but still every game is a new game, so she will fight for the other games as well. 有没有其他的提问？可以给到话筒。
这个问题问一下居文君，就是你已经4次加冕了这个旗后，然后上海也就4次举办了这场比赛。你在你的感觉上，就这7年间，你觉得上海这个国象文化有没有一些发展和改变？
This question is for Ju Wenjun. You defended the title 4 times in 7 years. The atmosphere here in the city, in Shanghai, how do you compare 7 years before and now?
首先，我觉得就上海这座城市的棋牌底蕴还是很深厚的。那么这些年呢，我也看到更多的青少年的那个学生或者小棋手们就去学这个国际象棋。那么对我来说，首先我是要下好这次比赛。那么我也很乐意为上海的国际象棋付出自己的一份那个努力。谢谢。
Shanghai has its tradition for intellectual games, including chess, Chinese traditional xiangqi, and Go and bridges. To Ju Wenjun's delight, we have so many kids these days interested in the intellectual games. So to Ju Wenjun, currently her job is to make sure that she will play well in this tournament, and in the future she is willing to dedicate her time to support and to foster the younger generation. 还有没有其他的问题？好，那我们即将结束我们今天的这个棋手交流会。Now we'll conclude our press interview here. We would like to thank our FIDE News team, media from China and all over the world, and chess fans all over the world. Make sure you subscribe and follow us.
And thanks to you. Thanks for everyone watching. We'll see you in Chongqing.
感谢大家，谢谢。那我们重新再见了。
And there we have the press conference, and Irene, Ju Wenjun, she struggled to hide her emotions. She's clearly very delighted with that win, taking a 2-point lead over Tan.
Right. Yes. I mean, I think it was a pretty long press conference compared to the previous ones. I mean, now it is the final press conference in Shanghai. And yeah, I just cannot wait what they might bring us for the remainder of the match, Yovi.
Yeah, definitely, because it has been an intense stretch of world-class chess, and we're heading towards a 2-day break. Let's take a look at the schedule. As you can see, well, there's going to be a transfer, then an opening ceremony, and play resumes on April 13th. That's Sunday, 3 a.m. for those of you on the East Coast, 9 a.m. for those of us in Europe, and 12:30 for Indian Standard Time. So, yeah, a lot of action to be had. Officially, the first half is over. Let's see what play is like in Chongqing, because when we return, it's all going to be happening. Will Tan Zhongyi, can she just draw on that support from the home crowd to make a comeback? Will Ju Wenjun be 5-time women's world champion if she maintains her lead? Those are the questions, and we'll find them out soon as play returns on Sunday. And there we see, as we look over the beautiful Shanghai skyline one last time, we leave you with this lovely overview of the first half of the 2025 FIDE Women's World Championship. And see you all in Chongqing.
See you in Chongqing.
The handshake appears on our screens, and we have E4.
Knight F3, so we're seeing a Sicilian. Now I can say that Black's position is extremely active, but if I would have to make a bet, I would make a bet that this game will end in a draw. Do you agree with me?
Yeah, 100%. Well, actually, let's not be so dramatic. Let's rein that in, 90%. The players have made eye contact, handshake, and game one finishes in a draw. Now we're going to see the decision, and it is C4. Aha. Oh,
look at that. What's going on? What is happening? Look at that. This is move 40. How typical it is that you make a serious mistake in move 40. This is crazy if Tan will take the lead after game 2. This way. Very upset moments for Black, for Ju Wenjun. Completely unnecessary loss today for her. And she resigns.
E4 C5 is currently on the board right now. Wow, another Sicilian.
Is she gonna go D4 and take it into a mainline Sicilian, or will she try her hand at something else? Ah, C4.
King G5 is on the board, and this is the winning move. This is what I noticed with Tan Zhongyi's games as well. Like whenever she knows that she's losing, she's not backing down. Just keep pushing the pawn, play H6, and she did it. And it is a brilliant move. She played a move with 2 seconds left on the clock, bishop c8. So we are still going on with this game, but there's nothing stopping the h-pawn. So Wenjun just played h7 very quickly.
We have resignation, Irene, and that's it. Ju Wenjun strikes back.
I'm actually expecting another Sicilian coming on the board because Tan is usually always sticking to her repertoire. And there you go, e2, e4 is already on the board. Let's take a look what's gonna happen, and c5 it is. Yeah, this is quite a rare occasion when Wenjun is not really in time trouble.
Tan, with the last series of moves, she has been forcing Ju to find the most precise responses. Queens are off the board. Yeah, White is picking up the d7 pawn. C-pawn is running. It's as easy as that. That's going to be the remainder of the game. So it is resignation time. And the problem for Tan is that she cannot avoid this. Okay, knight e7.
Oh, and there you go.
Nice.
A brilliant move. Yeah, and Ju Wenjun is officially leading the match. It's first move c4.
They are consistent, and it is Ju Wenjun, the one who is bearing knight to f6.
Immediate knight e5.
According to my database, we're in new territory. I love that moment.
Reserving this.
Irene, she didn't play. She didn't play Queen E2.
Oh, G5 Jovi.
Oh, hats off to Ju Wenjun as she finds the best move. Okay, she just plays bishop to f6. Very stable move.
And we see a move h4. Oh my gosh, this is a typical mistake by Zhongyi. When she's under pressure, she grabbed.
There you go.
Yes, yes.
King comes in. And Ju well on her way to getting a victory.
And
there we have it. 2 back-to-back victories. She takes a 2-point lead in the match as the match moves over to Chongqing.